and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the equality of his actions and the integrity of his intent. That was by Douglas MacArthur. The mere imparting of information is not education. Above all things, the effort must result in making a man think and do for himself. That's by Carter G. Wilson. And number 5 is Pan-Africanism looks above the narrow confines of class, race, tribe, and religion, and embraces the amalgamation of self-governing countries into a United States of Africa. Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Cindy, Majesty. And as we move into the program, Honorable Priest Rastafari.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. We are now live streaming on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube channel.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, Kings and Queens. The EABIC Council of Elders will be hosting a special roundtable discussion on Sunday, November the 30th at 12 noon. We'll be taking a look at the historic document, the Universal Declaration of Rastafari, drafted by the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Committee. Drafted by Rastafari for Rastafari. Our special guest in the studio this week will be Rastautou from South Africa and Mama Desta from Ethiopia. We'll also be discussing the prospects of repatriation and reparation. So tune in and be edified, be informed, be uplifted. Be there.
Super Dollar has got your Black Friday weekend special, November 28th to November 30th. Save 50.
It's time for a new Mississippi. A Mississippi where we don't just walk towards the future, but we make amends for the wrongs of the past. And it is in that spirit that the state of Mississippi has decided to award those that are direct descendants of slavery and racial injustice in this state their due reparations.
Granddaddy was a farmer with skin as dark as night. He picked a cotton. My granny was a teacher with European features. Skin was lighter, and they had worry for their portion. They had no money for the toilet. I got one hand on the cross in the Bible. Devil comes like a thief when you're idle. Take the land, take the man and the title. Reparations. I ain't talking about no dollar. Reparations. Yeah, my people want their power. Reparations. When I'm gone, don't give me flowers. Separation. When you know what's yours is ours. My people want no favors. Ain't asking for no handouts from my neighbors. Don't need no conversation. Just proper compensation for our labors. Yeah. 'Cause I got one hand on the cross in the Bible. Devil comes like a thief when you're idle. Took the land, took the man and the title. Reparations. Ain't talking about no dollar. Yeah, my people want their power. When I'm gone, don't give me flowers. We know what's yours is ours. Oh, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair. Oh, it's just fair, it's just fair, it's just fair, it's just fair. Oh, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair. It's fair, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair.
Greetings. Greetings and welcome everyone to a special roundtable discussion hosted by the EABIC Council of Elders. It is a distinct honor of the EABIC Council of Elders to share a platform with such giants of the Rastafari Pan-African liberation struggle. And I give thanks for those who have remained loyal to the mission of the King, which is the total liberation of Ethiopia, Africa, our homeland. The return of all Africans marooned in the West who desire to repatriate and to secure remuneration for forced free labor, compensation for the pain, suffering, and loss of African lives. In the fulfillment of our collective duty, a member of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Women's Freedom Liberation League made a clarion call to the Rastafari family, holding I to task of addressing certain issues negatively affecting our communities. The family answered the call. Advantageously, the pandemic descended upon the world, causing a global shutdown, which afforded I the time needed to commit to the task with full focus on the issues Honorable Empress Marina Blake put before the family. I spent the time in lockdown productively, out of the passionate call of a mother asking for assistance in dealing with social and domestic issues, from which a formal document codifying the Rastafari liberty was developed. A committee was assembled in the initial phase with over 20 members who produced a questionnaire which was sent out to the global African Rastafari family for their input and any added pertinent information. The information gathered was included in the research data the committee compiled. Simultaneously, 7 webinars consisting of 5 to 7 panelists were held, hosted by Mama Desta and I, Rasavana Ashanti, over a year and a half period, from which information was extracted to assist in the final drafting of the declaration. There was participation from Rastafari in the African diaspora and on the African continent. The panelists were made up of the grassroots and intellectuals of Rastafari and guided by Rastafari attorneys, of which Empress Marina Blake, Ras Miguel Lawn, Dr. Desta Migu, and Ras Marcus Goff are members who contributed to the legal framework of the document. Today, we gather to introduce the document to the world with a concise review. This will be followed by a discussion on reparations and repatriation. with our special guests. I will now introduce the royal cast, the hosts for this special roundtable discussion. I am the Honorable Priest Rasavana. My co-hosts are Honorable Priest Germain, Honorable Empress Dion, Honorable Empress Cindy, Honorable Empress Akim, and Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, I am Honorable Empress Trisha. The Universal Declaration of Rastafari. Codification Manifesto, May 25th, 2021. Drafted by the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Committee. The Rastafari Universal Declarations Preamble. Whereas Rastafari is a contemporary manifestation of ancient civilization emerging from the Rift Valley region, carrying high forms of traditional and sacred knowledge through the Nile, which upheld the majestic glory of the Creator within I and I. A subsequent spring of Rastafari cosmology, which recognized the heights of humanity before Western presence. And whereas Africans endured brutal and inhumane trials and treatment at the hands of European powers and their cohorts for centuries, beginning with the worst crime against humanity, the transatlantic slave trade, depleting the continent's population while wreaking havoc on our heritage, culture, and spirituality. And whereas Rastafari was conceived as a response and in resistance to the Mafa and subsequent racialist and colonial systems that perpetuated brutal oppression historically and to date. The founders' clear intent and aspiration was to reclaim the stolen legacy of Africans. And whereas the visionary founding fathers of the Rastafari movement were down-pressed brothers of integrity with limited resources and basic education, unlimited faith, fearless advocates for equal rights and justice, regularly imprisoned, detained in asylums, endured loss of life and livelihoods, endured other forms of persecution for declaring an African spiritual, physical, historic, and government within government identity. And whereas the founding fathers declared the African ancestry and identity of Rastafari's sons and daughters, professing the right to honor African heroes and sheroes and praise a Black creator based on an African narrative and revelation, recognizing a Black supreme king and creator from the imperial dynasty of King Solomon and Queen Makeda, Seba 1, the liberator and comforter, Abajanoi of Africa, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And whereas the Rastafari movement, spiritually rooted in Africa and incubated in Jamaica in the early 20th century, has a profound Pan-African foundation with 4 basic tenets: liberation, redemption, repatriation, and reparations for African people. Is distinguished and defined through spiritual, social, cultural, and economic dimensions, as well as governmental engagements on various levels, including participation in political parties, running for office, or holding political posts. And whereas the tenets and culture of Rastafari have spread to Africans in the diaspora, influencing many 20th and 21st century Pan-African movements. European and Asian descents are documented for disregarding, benefiting, commodifying, and appropriating of Rastafari culture and distinct ways of life, including ganja, Alta living, and return to Africa ethos, among other definitive intellectual property with no intrinsic or economic remunerations to Rastafari, which require a response for equity and justice. And whereas Rastafari liberty or way of life enshrines principles and best practices in regards to nature and the environment, health and well-being based on African traditions, equal rights and justice for all, promotion of Pan-African culture, access to education and elevation of consciousness, fair and equitable economic structures, and international relations based on morality.
Blessed love. Whereas the roadmap of Rastafari has developed over the decades with equal and opposite attempts to derail and or recreate narratives which depart from early teachings, principles, and goals. And whereas this declaration is inspired and informed by the Mekdem or preface in My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, Volume 1, a house which is built on a strong stone. If rain falls hard and flood tries to take away the house, and if wind blows hard, they could not remove it. My life and my history, if few people who either do not know or make a mistake, or if they are jealous and try to write it as if it is true and make others believe what they wrote is truth, they can't move the truth from the ground. Emperor Haile Selassie I. And whereas Rastafari peoples of African ancestry reaffirm their faith, their essential human rights, the equality of man and woman, as exemplified by His Imperial Majesty, I'm speaking fast, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Her Imperial Majesty Empress Menen Asfa. The value of each Rastafari mansion, organization, elder, youth, and individual committed to addressing the urgent cultural, social, political, economic, and ideological issues facing Rastafari liberty, way of life in the 21st century, emphasizing and asserting Rastafari original goal in a return to I and I roots, with the ultimate goal of ensuring Rastafari culture is protected, promoted, and preserved for prosperity. And whereas Rastafari have assured every effort to achieve in cooperation with all peoples of African ancestry, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, the realization of universal respect, regard, and recognition of their fundamental human rights and freedoms, including the right to repatriate to Africa. And whereas a common concern and understanding of these rights and freedoms is of the greatest importance for the fulfillment of this pledge, connected mindsets over land and sea across all ages, stages of life, with shared aspirations and meditation for Rastafari to reign and sustain as the galvanizing force for all Africans. Now, therefore, African Rastafari worldwide proclaim this declaration a collective standard of I and I works and aspirations, by and for Rastafari best interest and protection. I declare that what is good for Rastafari is good for Africa, and what is good for Africa is good for the world, and that every individual and every organ of society has a duty to recognize this declaration, which through the pursuit of education, promotion, and respect of these rights and freedoms, advance through positive actions, policies, and laws, national and international, in order to secure Rastafari universal prosperity and effective recognition and regard amongst the peoples and governments of Africa and the world. Blessings.
Majesty bless.
1 second, we do have a video. Just 1 second.
Majesty. Bless I.
Rastafari.
Yeah, we give thanks for what we hear so far. You know.
Certainly was timely.
Answered our call by Empress Marina, yourselves, many of you who have answered our call, who have returned the R&R, the questionnaire that we sent out for ones-on-ones to fill out and return, so we can see where we all are in our meditation as to what are the pressing problems, what are the defunct practices, you know. So I give thanks, you know, and you know, welcome again to everyone. Mama Desta, you can take it.
Okay, give thanks, Priest Doggy. I would like to just read from the concept note that was developed by an August selection of I&I from right across the spectrum in terms of age, gender, mansions, etc. Almost a year ago, after, as Empress Marina said, she made that clarion call, which may not have necessarily been new, but certainly was timely and necessary. So let me start with that to again just kind of help frame where we're going. I start, of course, with the words of His Majesty. As generations come and go, those assuming responsibility for the period do not cease to try and improve on the past in order to meet newly rising demands. In this respect, it is quite evident that to march with the time, members of the coming generation should build on what their forefathers have bequeathed to them. It is because the present generation is cherishing and keeping intact what it has received from the past that it has succeeded in attaining its present stage of development by making the necessary changes and improvements called for by conditions now existing. This would require great foresight, and the work accomplished as far as regard to this task of great responsibility is no small matter. It has been fulfilled as a result of God's blessing and His divine guidance. Those are the words of Emperor Haile Selassie I, May 25th, 1963. So very briefly, the Rastafari movement, incubated in Jamaica in the early 20th century, was a profound Pan-African foundation with four basic tenets: liberation, redemption, repatriation, and reparations, which came later, for Black people. These four pillars are distinguished and defined through spirituality, social, political, cultural, and economic dimensions. As to the latter, the ethos of Rastafari has influenced many contemporary movements, with intellectual property commodified and misappropriated by multi-billion-dollar industries such as hemp, medical marijuana, ITAL, aka vegan cuisine, cultural intellectual property, with no intrinsic or economic benefits to the African Rastafari having been realized to date. Rastafari liberty or way of life enshrines principles and best practices in regards to nature, the environment, health, and well-being, Pan-African culture, education, and consciousness, fair and equitable economic structures, and international relations. The roadmap of the Rastafari movement has been developed over the decades with equal and opposite attempts to derail and or recreate narratives which depart from early teachings, principles, and goals. According to the Mekdim, or the preface of His Majesty's autobiography, My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, quote, "A house which is built on a strong stone, if rain falls hard and flood tries to take the house away, and if wind blows hard, they could not remove it. My life and my history. If few people who either do not know or make a mistake, or if they are jealous and try to write it as if it is true and make others believe what they wrote is true, they can't move the truth from the ground." Those are the words of Emperor Haile Selassie I. So based on this foundation and our desire to re-examine, re-evaluate the roots, which are still tangible. They are roots, they are strong foundations, but maybe so the branches and extensions through our presenters who are quite capable and are really going to share a lot with us this evening. It will help us develop this roadmap that will take us to the committee's final destination, which is indeed trying to codify, to kind of borrow some words from Brother Miguel Lorne, who we are, where we are going, and the impact that it will have on Black people all over the world. So with that, I turn it over to you, Priest Dougie.
Rastafari. Yes, I. So that's a synopsis from the first webinar that was held, the first one out of 7. And as you see in the frames there, you'll see Ras Miguel and other esteemed members of the committee that took time out to assist in drafting this document. First of all, I want to give thanks to the Royal Empress who made the clarion call, Empress Marina Blake, for such an initiative, because her call brought us to the table and we were able to accomplish this document that was long overdue, to as it says, codify I and I way of life, because many ones have come into the faith, over the years, which is natural as it evolves, but have brought their own interpretation and their own purpose into the tradition. Now, while under normal circumstances, that's okay. No, on this journey right now, our mission has not been accomplished. The mission was set by the founding fathers, and that mission is freedom for all Africans globally, redemption of our motherland from the clutches of the European invaders and rapers, and international repatriation of I and I in the diaspora, those who desire to return home. Because like we know, the Honorable Prophet Marcus Garvey said, is not everyone in the West is good for Africa. Because they did not serve any real purpose in the West, and they won't serve any meaningful purpose in Africa. So if they choose to stay in the West, that's up to them. But for those who carry the heart for Africa and the love of Africa, yes, we are reaching out for those ones. Now, this document, the process of drafting this document was very extensive. Apart from the 7 webinars and the questionnaire that was sent out, in the initial phase, we had about 20 odd members of the Rastafari movement globally involved in conceptualizing it. Now, we had brethren from the continent to the diaspora, all involved, brethren from the UK, from Canada, from the US, from the Caribbean. So it is a all-inclusive document that had an all-inclusive process in drafting it. And I want to make that clear. This was not done by any fraction. It was done by a united collaboration. Now, the purpose of this document or the use of this document is to make sure that the future generations know the reality of what this liberty was established for. That it was not established to be a movement of entertainment. You know, we are not shock and jivers. We are liberators. Rastafari rose up as a resistance to the colonial process that we found ourselves under after the ending of the slave era. The slave era was brutal, physically brutal, but the colonial era was mentally brutal. Because what they did was to beat the understanding of our original roots out of I and I, our spirituality, which is one of the worst enslavement of our people. Spiritual enslavement, religious enslavement. When you take away the spiritual foundation of a people and you replace it with fables and allegories and myths, it causes a lot of distortion, a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos, as we have endured throughout the time. Give thanks for our father, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and our mother, Empress Mene Nasfa, who, through their works and the work of one of the greatest man of any persuasion that come through the line of a man and the womb of a woman, the Honorable Prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the works that the Honorable Prophet did to enlighten us and remind us of who we were. That today we can hold forward to our African ancestry and African reality. A lot of what was forced on us was to take that knowledge from us. So this document is concretizing the purpose of the Rastafari movement, and it also identifies the mindset of the founding fathers, so we can follow along that trajectory. Now, it's been decades. We are going 90 years in our, let's just call it a century in existence. And as such, evolution has taken place. But throughout all that evolution, we still have not gained what we set out to achieve, that total liberation. So until Africa is totally free and I are returned to our homeland, and I don't want ones to misunderstand, we are not waiting on them to return us, but we are waiting on the justice that is due to us. We are going home regardless, and we will be defending Africa and working with our indigenous African brothers and sisters to build the continent the way that I father, I ancestors designed it to be built. With that said, today's special roundtable reasoning is to bring information into our communities that we may not be privy to on a normal basis. We give thanks for the two guests that we have that have taken time out of their busy schedule, because I can tell you, our royal sister, Mama Desta, yeah, she's an empress that wears many hats, when it comes to this liberation struggle. And her time is penciled out. So for her to take time out on a Sunday, which is her maybe her only leisure day where she has time to spend with her family and so forth, and to come and sit with us. Yeah, we value that. Our brother Rastauto, I know it's getting into a certain time in his region as well, where he would be spending time with his loved ones. Yeah, he has taken time out to come and sit with us as well and to share his knowledge. Now, family, we are not going to agree on all things, and that is normal. See, um, opposing views, as they may call it, brings the best ideals to the surface. If when we are sitting around a table of this level to strategically plan our liberation, if we have only yes people and people of that same mindset, we will struggle to identify the best way forward. But when we get diverse ideas and opinions, we can construct from that now the best approach to what we are trying to achieve. So I do give thanks for such. And now that our guests are in, I won't take much more time in my presentation, but I will turn it over to my co-host to introduce our guests and to get the process on the way. Honorable Priest Germain, over to the eye, my Lord. Blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Vasavana. Give thanks for such an opening, same way to a presentation. I want to say Hotep, Aquaba, to all I and I, on the panel at this time, even to I and I guests, even to those that listening, over the internet via YouTube. Be sure to share, subscribe, and like as we move forward within this process of liberating our minds, heart, and soul. Greetings and welcome to the roundtable discussion with the EABIC Council of Elders. It is a privilege and an honor to have such esteemed visitors, grace or miss. Honorable Dr. Desta Megho, your work in the Pan-African world precede you. Aquaba, welcome. Honorable Ras Tau, it is truly an honor to have our African brother take time to ground with I as we seek to strengthen the bridge between Africa and the diaspora. Salam. Thanks, my Lord, and Empress, for coming forward today to such a reasoning and discussion. Moving right into the program, I will begin with the matriarch, Dr. Destra, who was appointed liaison to the African Union in 2010 by the Diaspora African Forum, Diplomatic Diaspora Mission based in Accra, Ghana. In 2023, Dr. Desta was an advisor to the DAF, Diaspora African Forum. Currently, she is consulting on the AU resolution on the decade of reparations with the Ghana's appointed expert, the Honorable Adwa Coleman. Give thanks to all the panelists today again for coming right in, and I will ask I panelists to actually turn their mics on and their cameras on at this time as we go directly into I questions. But first, I would love to ask the Honorable Dr. Desta, to actually give an opening, remark, and also the Honorable Rastauto You could also give an opening remark, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks before we go into the questions.
Give
Honorable
thanks.
Dr. Lester.
Yes, I. Greetings in the name of the Most High, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I Jah, Rastafari, and His I Loved Consort, Empress Menen Asfau. Honorable priests, prophets, empresses, sisters, brothers, I'm so grateful and thankful to be here again on the work. This is not just the words, but really thankful to be on the works. I don't know how much time we have, but I think it's important, being that this platform is provided by the Ethiopian African Black International Congress, a major influencer, to use some of the new Franca Lingua, where reparations is concerned. And being at this juncture where Africa and the world is waking up to this notion of reparations, again, that has been seeded for so long by this particular mansion, one of the important advocates for reparations. I'm just really delighted, and I'm also delighted to see my beloved sister, Her Excellency Adjoa Coleman, coming in from Accra, Ghana, and hoping that this event and this platform can strengthen the work on reparations, as indeed Ghana is the champion of reparations within the context of the African Union Decade for Reparations. If I may just take a moment and also kind of summarize who I am in relation to Congress. Again, this is an important platform, and so I do believe that a bit of history is important, particularly as we tell it ourselves, because as we know, and the purpose of the declaration was to state who we are, so others do not come along and try to rework it and think it will stand on solid foundation. So I'll go back about 5 decades to the 1970s as a high school student with ones like Honorable Priest Courtney, who and myself and other teenagers, recent immigrants to the United States, amidst racialism and everything else, seeking out our identity, all made choices as to which mansion would lead us and guide us and hone our principles and ideals, and naturally develop us as servants for Rastafari, to the service of all Black people, because that was always our role, our ambition, without any apology, was to serve the underserved. Indeed, the people of Africa, the descendants of Africa. So, in any event, that was the early 70s, and he went to Bobo Hill. I started my journey within the Nyabingi, and then to come forward to the 1990s, where Priest Doggy, we started working with him, and Congress, regarding the 1994 gathering that was done in Miami, one of the largest to date, held under another committee, the international, I think we were called then the communicators of Rastafari. We had also at that moment launched the seminal document called the Red Pages, Rastafari Economic Development Directory. Preceding that event, we were tasked by our ancients at the time, such ones as Rasbona G's, Bongo Time, Bongo Rocky, Bongo Tawny, amongst others, to extend an invitation to that gathering to Congress. And of course, an official letter was sent to Honorable Prince Emmanuel, who did send and acknowledge our invitation and requested me to come to Bobo Hill to reason up on that. So that was early 94. And moving forward to Honorable Priest Paul, Priest Beriso Babo, as he is now known, we've also worked since the early 2000s on the African Ambassadorial Meeting, which he initiated for the recognition of Rastafari, his work on the draft policy for the recognition and inclusion and integration of Rastafari of African ancestry, which has led to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia acknowledging us and granting permanent residency. So it's been decades of collaboration and work that we have done as mansions working together. So I guess I also sort of wanted to start this out, rebuffing the notion that we need this and we need unity and we're not unified. Indeed, our works speak for itself. And again, I'm just honored, thankful, and grateful to be here. Thank you for enduring that long introduction.
Long and sweet, and we give thanks for it, because it is the sugar and the honey that we need. So yes, Mama Desta, give thanks for such an introduction. And your works, as it say, definitely speaks for itself. Honorable Ras Toto, I asking I to actually grace us same way too, with the I present same way, and just give us a little, intro to the I self. My Lord, give thanks.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses. Greetings in the name of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and Her Majesty Empress Men, and I give greetings also to the elders of the Congress, giving thanks for the honor to get this invitation to full take within this Isla reasonings. Give thanks, Honorable Rastafari.
So, as we go straight into it, I am the Honorable Priest Jermaine, and I would love to ask the honorable panelists, both of the item, could you share with us on how you became a part of the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding project? Just give us a little synopsis on how you became a part of that. Honorable Mama Desta.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. So I really have to recognize our Honorable Empress Marina. She made that clarion call and we responded. Not only is Empress Marina known for her works within the community, but beyond, again for Black people. And so the clarion call to discuss and come to the table and self-interrogate for the purpose of moving forward. I think it was worthy, and we responded.
So, Mama, give thanks. Yes, Honorable Rastauto, how did I, come to be a part of the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding project? Could share with us.
Give thanks, my Lord. It's a little bit of a long process. It is called Africa Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding, but it really did not begin there. The first person or the first Rastaman to speak of to speak of a new faculty of interpretation was the ancient Mortimer Plano. So from coming up as a youth within the movement for the past 35 years is one of the writings we came across. And then it was later elucidated by the elder Mutabaruka wrote a piece also about a new faculty of interpretation. Then I wrote something on social media about the need for that, considering that Rastafari in the continent has evolved a certain indigenous African world view of Rastafari, how we perceive Rastafari. It is basically two ways. Most ones in the continent, speaking from South Africa and being one who stayed in 18 African countries and speak about 14 African languages, interacted with Rastafari in those countries. I found that most ones, in some places, most ones, when they turn Rastafari, they practically turn Jamaican. They try to imitate how Jamaicans do things, the speech, the language, but in the process also there is great misinterpretation and great misinformation because very few of us have been to Jamaica. I think if I can count the South African Rastafari who have been to Jamaica, including myself, will be less than 10. If I really make that count from the memory, will be less than 10. I know it's being Aita. There was a man called, he wrote something, he's a Rasta academic, Chiwane. He went there, and then I went with 4 members of the Rastafari United Front in 2016. So most have imaginary understanding of what Jamaica is and is expected of us. And some will use even that to block even progress. When you try to do something, they'll be like, no, the elders in Jamaica don't agree. And you ask which one in particular, they can't tell you. So sometimes Jamaica is also used as a stumbling block to progress. That when ones don't agree with a certain approach, like for instance, the work that I do, every year we have to take the children to school in the beginning of the year to fight for their right to go to school with their dreadlocks. Every year I have to write letters to Rastafari who are working, whom either they are requested to shave off their locks and beard or be subjected to urine test for cannabis content in their urine and so forth. So we find ourselves doing such kind of work, and obviously there's always certain critics will be saying, yeah, but the elders in Jamaica don't approve of this or don't agree with that. That is what made me commission a mission to Jamaica in 2016 to go and see for myself who is that particular individual in Jamaica. When he sneezes, the rest of us must catch flu. But also having interacted with many ones, I've interacted with ones from the Congress. I saw the first delegation that came from Bobo Hill, the likes of Prisma Dog and others. And they'll be talking about what His Majesty King Emmanuel teaches or was teaching, that, when you get to Africa, there are certain things that you learned here in the West that you're going to have to dump them, throw them away, and get to learn yourself the African things, as part of repatriation. So you get different sound coming through. And then about 5 years ago, I think it was beginning of COVID or just before that, Empress Marina also wrote something extensively, and then that gave birth to the African Rastafari new faculty of overstanding. Considering that most of us, we have children who are questioning how we are doing things. They find the movement to be a little bit stagnant, to be a little bit backward, to be a little bit, some they can't even identify with the movement, the way we do things. The reality of the movement is that Rastafari as a movement is a movement that is at war with itself. We have internalized the enemy. I'm part of different WhatsApp groups, including being an Ancient Council. In those WhatsApp groups, on a daily basis, Rasta is preaching to the converted and singing to the choir. Rasta is debating with one another about doctrine, about Bible, about almost everything. Little fight is taken to the authorities. And some of us who dare go there to champion repatriation, like for instance, in 2019, there were 8 ancients who came, Bongo, Rainbow, they came with Ras Junior Niggas. But before that came Congo Weikai and Mama Sherry. And we spent 2 years running, going to different government departments to organize their papers within the context of repatriation. Because when you look into African governments, we don't have even a department of repatriation. We're dealing with immigration issues. So every now and then we have to take the ancient across the border, get his passport stamped and come back. And then given a few days, 3 months. So it is tedious. I remember even when we were with Mama Desta in 2018, we were hosting the Rastafari Continental Council Summit in Cape Town. 2 of repatriates, their passports were expiring. And then I had to take them to Philippi, Department of Home Affairs. They could not assist us. We went to Cape Town in the city to get their papers stamped because their documents, their visas were expiring the same day. And when we reached the Cape Town Home Affairs, we were told that you need to look for the nearest border and take this brethren and sistren there to get their passport stamped. The nearest border was Namibia, was about 756 kilometers away. We have to drive the whole day. I had to borrow King Tabby's Benz. I asked him, do you allow me to burn all the cylinders of your car? Because if we don't do that, these eyes are going to be illegal. So we went there after we crossed the border. They went into Namibia, they came back same time, they gave them 7 days. It was like, look, this is a temporary solution to a permanent problem. So when we came back, I said, let's go and see the president of South Africa. So I once met him a couple of months during the May Day. They have this thing called Interfaith in South Africa. They bring different faith communities together to come and pray on big events. So I met the president, make appointment before. And then we gate crashed. We went straight to his office without appointment because we then had about 20 repatriates and we wanted the president to give presidential pardon, grant them citizenship and so forth. But in the same noble task, you will still get certain section of the community criticizing you. You are working with Babylon. You are working with government. But we'll be saying His Majesty's repatriation is a government-to-government thing. And you've been telling us that we are theocracy government. So what type of a government are we that does not engage other government? Don't you see that His Majesty was dealing with governments from the west to the east, during Cold War, to Africa, to non-aligned movement? So we then managed to see the president. I was with the ancient Elder Jabulani, who's also from Jamaica, and some 2 brethren from Tanzania who came for the summit, for the RCC summit. And then the president promised to do something, but this was during the election year for them, so they could not speed up our process. So repatriation became a problem that most of the repatriates who are here are not considered to be repatriates. They are considered to be immigrants, and they are regulated through immigration and migration policies. Hence, I said, majority of government, I think I know only Ghana that speaks of repatriation, but majority of governments in Africa, they don't talk of repatriation. So we even assigned this year as junior niggas to deal with repatriation committee as a repatriate, which he find it to be problematic because he wanted to be our Secretary General. He doesn't see that as important. But we say, you know both worlds, the world of the African living spora and the Africa where you are staying. So you understand the dynamics of repatriation more than most of us, and you are best qualified to speak for repatriation than just I and I who just saying repatriation is a must, repatriation is a must. And we deal with those challenges, like 6 of the ancients who came out of the 8, or 5 of the ancients who came out of those 8, they passed away within a space of 2 years because there was no serious preparations and everything as far as repatriation is concerned. So we find that there is a challenge when we who are born in the continents try to take certain initiatives. Sometimes I'm told in that being ancient council platform that you can't represent diaspora. You can't represent Rastafari, you're just a little South African youth. So we deal with a whole lot of disrespect, even coming from the West and the continent itself. So these are the dynamics that then brought us to look into Africa Rastafari new faculty of overstanding, which I will trace it from the formation of the Rastafari Continental Council in 2017 when we were gathered in Ethiopia during the All Africa Rastafari gathering, which we began the whole process with Mama Desta, Mama Marina was there. There was a whole lot of ones coming from Africa and the African Living Spora, Jamaica, North America, and so forth. So we find that we need to change the mindset of the Rastafari in the continent when it comes to these issues of engaging governments, engaging institutions of kingship to grant land for repatriation and to do that. So it's an ongoing process which ultimately gave birth to this Rastafari Universal Declaration. Just briefly, let me just pause here, my lord.
Sure. Yes, Honorable. Give thanks for a profound explanation, and on the new faculty of overstanding. We here in this is a fact, and this is something that is probably known by a lot. We have Jamaica as the headquarters or where Rastafari in itself started. But as we know, in South Africa, per capita, they have the most amount of Rastafari brothers and sisters right now, outside of Jamaica, that lives actually in South Africa. You understand? So that in itself is a great feat, and I could see where the eye is saying like it's a new thing because if it moved from Jamaica and it's now in South Africa, you're going to still have to go through now that same process that we here in the West, went through. So I overs and understand exactly everything that the eye is saying, Honorable.
I pray thee.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, I'm so thankful for that eloquent sort of historically context explanation because I certainly was only answering your question of the committee or the council. How did I get there? So I am so thankful that my son Toto tuned on the historic element of it because it does date forward, decades. That said, I think it's important to look at what got us all to the table in 2020. I think it was Jadogi 2020 or 2021 to put this document together. And the fact that this document had impact during COVID, because you see, I think it's important. Many times we do express some of the problems and frustrations, and there are many, just as Toto has just read out for us. Nonetheless, there are also strides that we continue to make and tools that we are creating to tackle these issues that we have identified relative to not just the concerns of Rastafari, but to the wider Black community. And so this declaration, for instance, was able to assist during COVID, where we have one of the health professionals, well-known Sister Coochie, well-known herbalist and healer. And during that period, there were many government workers who were being forced to take the COVID test, if you remember that period. This document, along with documents from certified, if you will, healers such as Sister Coochie and others, allowed for exemptions during that period of them not getting the shot, because again, the declaration states how we deal with our health. So I think it's important for us, while we highlight the challenges, that we also highlight the tools that we have developed, because although our aim and goal within the Rastafari movement, and when it's about, well, we never build no hospital, we never build this, that was not the mandate. The mandate was a mandate of the psyche, of the spiritual heights, of transforming how we think, so then eventually other things can come. But the most important institution is that of the mind. And so in that regard, this declaration helps. And again, I'm going to keep coming back to it because that is one of the focal points of this reasoning. And again, the work of the committee was to give us a consensus that we as Rastafari, when we look at who are we, where do we stand on XYZ, this document says it all. So the question is, are we using this declaration as one of the tools in our toolkit to move the needle and push repatriation forward? That's one point. The second point is that, again, I refer to it in the introduction in terms of the work that we have done joining forces with Congress and Congress's representatives, namely Priest Beriso Babo, who summoned me along with EWF Brother Moody, Elder Brother Moody, to help in the drafting of the immigration policy. And it was specifically drafted. Yes, Rastafari is mentioned, but I had to be specific. Rastafari of African origin with ties to the transatlantic slave trade. Because let's face it, Rastafari now is multi-cultural, multi. And so we wanted to distinguish us and why indeed we needed this recognition and this reintegration, and it has been passed. We are recognized as foreign nationals of Ethiopian origin. So the question is, how do we now continue to work with the various governments, being that Ethiopia and Addis Ababa is the seat of the African Union, to say, look, Ethiopia has done this. There is a policy in place, and this is the impact that it's had. How can we now in South Africa, in Ghana, but particularly South Africa, with, as noted by Honorable Priest Germain, host the largest number, I would say, outside of Jamaica regarding the Rastafari community. Secondly, the work that is being done down there. I visited on several occasions, and the work within the communities of South Africa, Toto just barely even it just touched the tip of it, because it's much, much more than that. He's dealing with health, employment, education on all levels, and not just of the indigenous, those born in Southern Africa, but I and I who have returned home. And so I think the great challenge that we have to do is, how do we use these tools? I'll close by the segment by reiterating what the Emperor Haile Selassie said at the closing of the 1963 OAU meeting, with the 32 member states who were then freed and convened in Addis Ababa. He said, now that we're finished the job, what shall we do with the tools? So we have tools. Let's repurpose those that need to be repurposed. But let us also assess what we have in our toolkit and how we can best utilize it to push our agenda ahead.
Yes, Mama, give thanks. As I said, you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater, so those tools that, was actually prepared, those tools can also be used again, to forward, I progress, you know what I mean? So we give thanks, Mama, for such an explanation. Now we still have you on the line. I want to ask you a follow-up question. Could you share with us what is the scope of your responsibilities as liaison to the African Union, Mama?
Okay, give thanks. To quote Frederick Douglass, agitate, agitate, agitate. Keeping in mind, because I don't think many understand, the African Union represents and is the secretariat of the 55 African nations. So it's a governmental organization that does not lend itself to engaging with those of us from the African diaspora unless it's done through an office which is called CEDAW, the Citizens and Diaspora Office, which is a token gesture to connect us with these member states. But as Toto pointed out earlier, we say we're government within government, but within the absence of a government or any sovereign identity, we are compelled to engage with the civil society organization, namely CEDAW and also ECOSOC. So my role over the last 15 years plus, when this whole notion of diaspora, which is known also as the sixth region, was initiated, and actually even before my appointment with Dr. Nana Rita Marley, as we were planning Bob Marley's 60th birthday in 2004, our visit to Addis Ababa to begin the construction of the event, if you will, we engaged with the African Union and had them on as one of the first partners. Again, the theme of the event was Africa Unite, so that only made sense. During that time, Chairman Kanare had initiated a host of what they called consultative meetings with the African diaspora, Jamaica, Trinidad, Brazil, various nations hosted meetings where the AU would meet with civil society and get their overstanding and aspirations and so forth, which evolved into a 2012 event where the diaspora was officially recognized, if you will, on paper, and a resolution came out which was agreed to by the heads of state to indeed recognize us. Now, although it is more in theory than anything, it has been one step forward. So some of that work we did behind the scenes, agitating. Secondly, I was involved in several policy workshops with different African states hosted by the African Union, where we would discuss and share best strategies and practices for the recognition of the African diaspora, both in their individual countries as well as on the wider scope, the African continent. Now, we have to understand that the so-called diaspora is two categories. One, what is called the historic, that's I and I who were taken away through the transatlantic slave trade centuries ago. And I must say, it should also include those who even went before that time, because we were seafarers and we traveled before then, establishing communities. That's a different discussion, but Dr. Renoka Rashidi and J.A. Rogers, so many have documented the African presence throughout the world. But nonetheless, historic, noted as a transatlantic slave trade. And then you have the contemporary, which usually refers to those from the African continent who went abroad by choice, either for education, employment, exile, if you will, and so forth. So, again, my role was to look at both these groups and how these groups can engage and be a benefit to the continent of Africa, keeping in mind that I have always said from day one, we cannot be counted as remittances, because let's face it, that's how we came on the radar, right? Remittances, known as the Western Unions and MoneyGrams and little envelopes that Auntie bring in when she's traveling, was multi-millions, and so it was that sparked the interest initially, being very honest. And so agitating for a moral recognition and moral obligation to the kith and kin of those of us taken abroad, and still living in post neo-colonial, racialized societies, as a major need for giving us a way out and a way home, again, consistent with repatriation, right? Within Rastafari context. So that was basically it, sitting in on these meetings and agitating and sharing information. And as a jurist, also looking at what laws and precedents do apply, and we looked at countries like Israel, like India, who had very strong so-called diaspora policies for engagement of their people. So these were some of the things. Right now, I am really just sitting on the sidelines, cheerleading more than anything, hoping and helping to get the notion of reparations to the next level. This is what our focal point is. And coming from Baba Dudley Thompson's tutelage, mentorship from the 1990s going forward, having worked with even Priest Doggy when I was at the University of Florida over the Center for Race Relations, doing work on reparations. We just think it's really important that whatever we can bring to bear, whatever support we can bring to the table at this point, within the context of Rastafari and our experience, I think is very important and critical. So that's what I've done, and that's where I am currently.
Yes, Mama, give thanks for such good works, wonderful works that it is doing. And yeah, presence within such, African Union, to helping I to understand, where I and I stand now within this present time. At this time also, I would love to ask the other hosts of the program today, to actually come forward saying we too and give some sort of question or what have you.
Yes. Yes, greetings. I am Empress Trisha. And I'd like to first say, welcome Mama Desta, welcome Honorable Mama Desta, Honorable Russ Toto, Prince Merid, Honorable Prince Merid. Give thanks for the I being here. And I think that Honorable Adwa Coleman, if I'm saying it correct, she was here just a few minutes ago. And we give thanks for her presence. And I'm sorry that she's not here because Mama Desta, I think you answered my question already, which really was in your current position as consultant to the appointed AU reparations expert, Honorable Adwa Coleman. What is her pursued goal, or how does the diaspora benefit from our sister's appointment? And it would have been nice if she was still here so that she herself could have answered.
Well, I must say this, I had shared this information with Jadogi, as I feel it's important, but my role is just very informal. I have no formal official role. I'm a sister who has information, who has experience, and this is what it's about, the sisterhood coming together and strengthening each other. Again, I have no official role, and I know my sister Ajwa, as I said, she's a veteran in this. I just can't say enough about her. She had a lot to do with the architecture, the roadmap, and the launching of the reparations initiative. But I am just one of many, many, many cheerleaders rooting and trying to make sure that whoever is in these positions can indeed take it over the line.
All right, yes. And if you could even give us a little history on the sister now.
Pardon me?
If you can give us a little history, like what other works? You said that she does, she's a stalwart in what she does. Could you just give us a little more on her and on her career, if you can?
Yeah, well, Aj was an elder in the movement of Pan-Africanism. Ghanaian who comes from a very royal committed family that's been posted in Ethiopia since the 1970s from His Majesty's time. She's also a fellow jurist, but just very passionate about reparations and what it can mean as one very the converging issue, if you will, for Africans at home and abroad. Because while we may have different views on repatriation or His Majesty or spirituality, whatever, when it comes to reparations, at its very base level, that's the thing that brings us all together. But it's my hope that by next year we'll have much more information that we can share, because again, they haven't even started their meetings yet and so forth. So there's just nothing more I can tell you besides, like I said, this is someone I've known for many, many years. And just again, we're looking to Ghana to help us get this ball over the line, as the champion. And this is why, I certainly did invite her and mention her because Ghana is the champion of this initiative. And you should know when the African Union has a theme or a particular campaign on something, it's always assigned to or selected. One of the heads of states of the 55 countries usually is known as the champion. So that person will talk about it and, make sure that it stays in the minds and hearts of everyone. So I think it's appropriate that it is Ghana, the Gold Coast, and certainly where we came through that door of no return. And with just the great efforts that Ghana is doing now to receive us and bring us home. I did also want to say one of the things that we do at the Diaspora Africa Forum, because indeed we're involved in the whole process of the citizenship, again, with many others. No one organization or individual can take credit for anything. It takes us all. One cocoa truly fill the basket. But through the work of Ambassador Erica Bennett, who established the Diaspora Africa Forum, um, uh, 20 years ago, actually. Her initiative, she sits on the president's advisory for the diaspora, very much involved in the citizenship process, and in so many other things, mostly focused on the diaspora who have returned to Ghana. So I just wanted to share that with DAF.
Thank you. Empress Diane.
Blessed love. And we will now welcome Honorable Ras Tautau. Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress. I did not hear the question very well, the Honorable.
It's coming to you now. I'm just welcoming you again to the panel.
Okay, we give thanks.
You are a part of the African I story, having fought on the front line of the anti-apartheid liberation struggle. The I is currently the president of the Rastafari United Front, among the other roles you play in the community. If you may share with us how the I came to be inspired to the African liberty. Blessed love.
To the Rastafari.
Blessed love.
The Rastafari liberty.
Yes, to the Rastafari liberty.
Blessed love, Mama. Give thanks. Okay. I come from a very big family. My father had 9 wives and 52 of us. I've got 51 siblings, brothers and sisters. So one of my brothers used to sell ganja during apartheid days. And then he had this Space Gram, the vinyl player. And then you will be dancing to reggae music the whole night. That was my first introduction of reggae. And I remember when they announced the passing of Bob Marley, he was one of the person who talked about Bob Marley, although then I was still quite young, not yet 10 years or so. And then fast forward, my home is a main street. We call it the highway of the struggle. So most activities happen around here. When Mandela was released from prison and other political prisoners, there was a big movement, people marching and doing all of that. But then about 35 years ago, it was really a proper turning point for me. I joined the liberation movement. The man who recruited me to be a freedom fighter, I was trained as a soldier. I was a soldier for 8 years. I was 4 years with the liberation movement to fight apartheid. And then I was also 4 years with the new South African Defense Force from 1994 to 1998 under Mandela's presidency. So the man who was recruiting us to go for our training in Tanzania, he used to expose us to a lot of documentaries, whether it's about Thomas Sankara, everything about struggle, Steve Biko, all of that. So one day he played a video during the days of the VHS videos. He played a video of Bob Marley, legend. So when it comes to Redemption Song, he rewinded it 3 times. So particularly the part that says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but ourselves can free our mind. The 3rd time, when he rewinded it, I decided then that I'm going to be a Rasta. And I went to my brother who used to own these vinyls to see if he still have those LPs. So I found that he's left with only 3, Uprising, Bob Marley's Uprising, and Legend, and Peter Tosh, Mama Africa. I took them, I played them so much. I was still going to school. I played them so much every time. I remember one time I took my brother's tapes, Aretha Franklin, Nina Simone. I rubbed them off. I put reggae on that. He was super mad. That's how I started. And then there was one elder who has been an old Rasta during the days of apartheid, going back to the 80s, from 1980 actually. So this elder, I went to him to find out if he's, what is Rastafari? So he gave me, there is a book, a chapter, it comes from a biography of Bob Marley by Timothy White called Catch a Fire. So there is a middle chapter there called Kingdom Come. He talks about the mystical life of His Majesty, how he could read central passages of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, what is written in the Ark of the Covenant, all of that stuff, history of His Majesty. That was my basic knowledge of His Majesty. So I spent, as a son of a bishop, my father was a bishop, one of those African initiated churches, what they call the Ethiopian Church of South Africa. So now, as a son of the bishop, grown up in a Christian church, the first book I learned to read was the Bible. There was a little bit conflict between with this idea that His Majesty is God. So it took me about 7 months of big debate research. One day, while I was sitting, I had a lot of papers. You know, I was collecting a lot now about Rastafari, Marcus Garvey. So I was sitting in the classroom, I was sitting in the back seat. So my wall there was just full of radical stuff. Malcolm X, anything that is just radical. And then there was this passage from the book of John that says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the same was in the beginning with God. And God took flesh and became a living soul. So that part, that say it took flesh and become a living soul. It was like scales fell from my eyes. Then it immediately makes sense that yes, His Majesty is God, you know. So then my journey began there. This is my 4th dreadlocks I have. This one is about 28 years old. So my first one, they cut them in school. My second one, they cut them when I was a soldier in the liberation movement. I grew another one, they cut them again. They told me that soldiers don't grow dreadlocks and keep beard. Until 1997, I stopped cutting my hair, stopped shaving and started to fight with the authorities in the army. I'm a Rasta. I don't eat this. I don't participate in that. I had a big fight with the army. I left the army purely to pursue Rastafari liberty. When I terminated my contract, they asked me, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to be a Rasta. I say, you are mad. Is there anybody who leave employment to become a Rasta? I say, yes. And then the following month, they saw me on TV speaking for Rasta. And then my journey began there. I've been on TV for the past 28 years, all over social media, talking about African spirituality, African culture, and so forth. So then in the year 2000, we established the Melchizedek House in Uval. We were the first one or I was the first high priest of the order of Melchizedek to have a church in the middle of Johannesburg, in the city. And I got criticism from Rasta from Soweto to say, no, you can't have church in Babylon. I'm saying, yeah, but your Bible talk about, you can't chant Nyabingi in the city. I say, yeah, but the Bibles talk about chanting around Jericho city for 7 days. Jericho was a city too. So if you could go and chant Nyabingi in Jericho, for Jericho walls to fall for 7 days, why can't I chant it in the city there? So I established one of the biggest Rasta church. We received a lot of people, Prince Stephanos, one of the delegation that Thabo Mbeki commissioned when he was in Jamaica in 2004. It was a center for so much activities. And that became my first center. But that came after we had a fallout with the Nyabingi. Because as I told you, my father had 9 wives and 52 of us. His father had 12 wives. His father's father, I know, I'm the 7th generation of the old people, all of the elders that I know by name. I've not seen all of them, but I know by name. They are all polygamists. Our eponym, we have a thing called eponym, traditional self-praise. It's like your family creed. Our creed is structured by polygamous men. No woman is not even allowed to recite it. So I'm a polygamous man. So I had a fight with the Nyabingi because I decided to have 3 Rasta queens. So they told me about 1 man, 1 woman. This is evil. I said, well, I can't be part of anything that insult my lineage and heritage. My mother was my father's 4th wife. Had she not agreed to be his wife, I wouldn't be here for you to argue with me. So it had to take that man and that woman for me to come into existence. So I broke away from the Nyabingi, established the Melchizedek House, and then later the Nyabingi brothers come and fight and try to be part of the same church. So I'm a polygamous Rastaman. I'm married to more than 1 queen. All my queens are Rasta and my children. And this is my liberty as a continuation of I think that is where the beginning of bringing in my African tradition within Rastafari comes in. But it was not an anomaly because we are talking about Solomon, David, Abraham, Lamech. All these men were polygamous men and they were friends of God. David was in the Ge'ez Bible in Ethiopia. I studied in Ethiopia between 2004 and 2006. The Orthodox Church gave me a scholarship. So I can read Amharic and Ge'ez Bibles. So in the Ethiopian Bible, they refer to David as Lib Amlak, the heart of God. And that heart of God had like 8 wives or something like that. So I could not find the relationship between this idea. And I thought, okay, this is too much of Eurocentric Christianity to impose monogamy on African people. So that is where I bring about the African dimension to it, that no, whatever is going on here, we need to bridge the gap between Africa and the African diaspora, even within the Bible itself. So my journey started from there about 35 years ago. And then in 2014, we called Rastafari National Summit after the CRL Commission. Is a commission for cultural, religious, and linguistic rights. In 2011, they commissioned a research and a dialogue with the Rastafari community. They came up with a report in 2012 called The Plight of the Rastafari in South Africa. It highlights about 44 areas where our Rastafari human rights are violated. So the report came out, the community did not do much about it, so we called Rastafari National Summit to reflect on this report. And out of the National Summit came the Rastafari United Front. And then I was first elected as its chairperson, and 2 years later as the president of Rastafari United Front. And then we established Rastafari United Front in all provinces of South Africa and in 14 countries in Africa. And then 2016, we engaged on our international mission to Brazil. We have a branch in Brazil. We established a branch in Jamaica. It lived for about a month or two. After we left, it collapsed. And then in Panama, we got deported there while we were arguing with the military government of Panama. You know, they were asking us stupid questions and we give them stupid answers. So they put us in jail and then they deported us the following day. So we are basically an organization that is national, continental, and international. And then in 2017, through the All Africa Rastafari gathering, on the 5th of November, we gathered at Lily of the Valley Hotel in Ethiopia, and we established the Rastafari Continental Council. And then in 2018, we had our summit in South Africa. In 2019, we had a summit in Ghana. Then I was elected the deputy chairperson of the Rastafari Continental Council. And then from 2000, we revived the Rastafari Nation Council. It was called Rastafari National Council. It was initiated by Bongo Time, the Nyabingi High Priest, in 1997 when he trod South Africa, he visited here. And then it later, the Nyabingi transformed it to Nyabingi National Council, because for most part, it was only representative of Nyabingi. And when it was formed, there was only Nyabingi and 12 tribe before the Bobo Shanti came through. They first came through music, through Sizzla, Capleton, but then the Honorable Priest, Maddock, and others came in 2000. So, and then we revived the Rastafari Nation Council from 2000, 2001, 2020, 2021, and then 2022, I was elected the deputy chairperson of the Rastafari Nation Council. Is a council that represents 26 organizations of Rastafari in South Africa and what we call the 7 churches of the Order of His Majesty. That will be Bobo Shanti, Nyabingi, 12 Tribe, and some orders that were established, some churchical orders that were established here in South Africa. That was indigenous from here. So I'm currently part of these 3 main Rastafari structures: Rastafari Nation Council in South Africa, and Rastafari Continental Council in the continent, and the Rastafari United Front. And that is my journey, and that is my story, and my story is based on a true story.
Yes, my brother. Beautiful, beautiful story. Wonderful. Wonderful glory. I wouldn't even call it a story. That's a glory you went through, my love. Trust me. Why pick out of that saying way too is something that you mentioned, and I'm gonna come back into it in the question and answer period. What you mentioned about the polygamy, and in my journey as Rastafari, when I started to read the Bible in depth, when I came across the story of Jacob, who was turning, later named Israel, he had actually the children of Israel came from four distinct, female, 4 distinct women, and I questioned myself when I read that, like, why would, a woman give her handmaiden to, you understand? Those are questions I had in my mind, coming through within Rastafari. And over here in the West, as we know, we was actually nurtured by a Christian concept, that actually leads us to how we live right now. You understand? But viewing African cosmology and African, how they live in Africa before colonialists, before, those periods came in, I see certain things that is different. So I give thanks for the eye, even bringing that forward, saying we too. And I have another question, but I will save it for later. So the Honorable Empress Dion, Ras
My lord.
Pauta, let me ask you this question also. What's your role currently in the liberation struggle? I think you probably alluded to it earlier, but just give us, a synopsis. What's your
I think the Virgin kind of answer that. I think he
yes,
kind
that's
of
what,
answer.
yes.
Let's bring in Mama Desta at this point to give us her view on how she sees the whole repatriation initiative in a realistic worldview right now. Mama D.
Give thanks, give thanks. We can never cease the fire. And as Toto mentioned, the continent still views the 55 nations does not have repatriation even on the radar. But immigration does exist. And however we can get it right now, we will take it because the movement of the people is necessary. And those of us who have formed what I call the pre-patriation or the pre-patriators who are setting the foundation for those to come, our work is heavy. The workload is very heavy. And having lived on the continent 20 years and having worked and moved back and forth since 1991, it saddens me that particularly when with my brothers and sisters, repatriation is fading from our discourse. And it could be just me that's feeling that, but questions I used to get about coming home each time I come, because I'm here at least once, sometimes twice a year in the US. Those questions are not there anymore. And so I'm going to approach this question from two sides. One from the West or from the six region side, which is again that interest, that agitation, that desire. And so without that strong push, and I guess this is why I wanted to make sure that reparations is put back on the table, especially because in the context of Congress, this initiative was put in place from the 1960s with the Queen of England at the time and Honorable Prince Emmanuel. So again, I'm tying the two together, but distinguishing again the role that we played, because if we're not saying we want this and why we want this, and the closest model I can find so far is indeed the Ethiopian immigration policy that recognizes us again as foreign nationals of Ethiopian origin based on that draft policy that we first put forth, right? Now, knowing that we have these recognitions, and then in the West with Ghana, although not necessarily repatriation, the issuing of citizenship to those of us who have lived and worked there and or interested in coming home and continuing to give to the motherland are examples of opportunities that we can look at for repatriation. But if the numbers are not coming and the agitation or the interest is not there, then it becomes very, very difficult. To finish up on the six region side, one thing that we learned very early in the movement, this notion of repatriation, it's mental, psychological, right? Physical, spiritual, financial. It comes on many, many levels. So there are many reasons sometimes why some of us are not able to return home. I remember a conversation with Brother Kumi. We know him as Mass Mortimer Planner in 2002 or 3 it may have been, where he called me and him says, so what? You're not bringing me home. I'm ready to go home. So I said, well, the passport I have to renew, and I'm going through all these technical and legal things that need to be done. And in his thunderous vocal fashion, he said, I never come here with no visa. I never leave with a visa. And you see, reading the ancients, we know it's not out of ignorance, and he must say, boy, I want to trad without paperwork. He's saying that. Let us find a way. You are there. You are in a position to do work. Recognize those of us who were taken away and putting instruments and tools in place to assist in the process of repatriation. So, when we go home now to the other side of the continent, I know one of the questions we used to get at immigration from in the early 2000s, and again, we are late comers because this is an issue that has been agitated for, I can know my brother Desi in particular from the 12 tribes of Israel was one of the leading ones, champions on this, making trugs from Shashamane, which wasn't easy back in the 80s and 90s to agitate for this, right? But many of us are, not many, some of us are returning under questionable family makeup or compositions. So, particularly where Ethiopia is concerned, you would see a lot of mixed marriages. So, while on one hand we're saying we want to repatriate, we want to come home, we were ripped away from the shores, we're in exile, some were coming home with European partners. And so government officials clearly said, we are confused. You say you're oppressed, but you're coming home with your oppressor. So what is it that you really want? What is it that you really need? So again, this I think led to the development of that draft policy under the guidance of Priest Bariso Babo and Brother Moody from as early as I think it was 2011, where we have to declare and define and establish what we mean by repatriation and who do we mean when we say that repatriation is our agenda. It is up to us to what? Declare and let it be known why, what, how this process can proceed. Now, that's the actual physical repatriation. Again, though, I think it was Priest Doggy who previously, maybe in the recording or so, noted that, paraphrasing Marcus Garvey, some of us are no good here and will not be any good over there. Because the one thing that we don't want to do, we don't want Africa at this juncture, which is on the horizon, rising up in a major way, and it's happening. It's happening before our eyes. So don't watch the smoke and mirrors that there is this and there is that. No, Africa continues to rise. But we have to be focused and laser focused as to what we want. And if we physically cannot return, we need to then affiliate ourselves or support initiatives like what, for instance, is happening in South Africa, where you've got Toto and others there on the front line in negotiation with the government, trying to get this off of the table as just immigration and under a repatriation rubric. So there is a lot of work ahead, but I think we're developing enough tools and enough strategies to help when that time really comes to be able to say yes, repatriation is a reality, not just on paper, not just in ideology. So I do feel positive about it, but it's a lot of work, and it requires engagement, continuous engagement on both sides. And what would be one of the solutions is more engagement. So platforms like this that lead to the support of each other, because frankly, we're isolated. We know when we go home, that's it. That is it, frankly speaking. You get a call every now and then, oh, how are you, whatever, but and it's not out of lack of interest or lack of desire, because life is life. Everybody have things that they're dealing with. But this is where a structured organization or council or committee or whatever comes into play now, where that is what that duty is. Check on the ones. How can we strengthen? Because sometimes it's not just about money. It's about the contact and the support and the appreciation love for the work that we're doing. And we're not doing this for any gratitude or any applaud, trust me. Because as Toto, so we get fire. Who you? Who you, Sister Desta? Who you, Toto? Who you, Jadi? Who you? But we don't pay attention to those noises because we are servants. And we have to serve His Majesty. That's what our role is. That's what our job is. And we're here to serve Black people at home and abroad. So we're not deterred by these things. But if we know, just like the work of the committee, which was deliberate and it was a short ad hoc committee, it wasn't a new organization based on principles founded and uttered decades before from ones such as Ras Mortimer Planner. If we have these kinds of facilities in place, and especially now that reparations is on the table, um let us put our shoulder to the wheel again and see one another, and I just give thanks for this platform, and hopefully this can lead to such a committee that we can identify, okay, East, West, and South, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa as model countries where repatriation initiatives are concerned. Give thanks.
Well said, Mama. Well said. Sorry, my lord. Let me just interject one more time, Mama D. Um, keeping in the trend of what you just said. Now, AU being the AU, and Ghana being the leader, the headliner in reparations initiative. Where do you see repatriation sitting in their priority list when it comes to the AU? Where does repatriation sit? Because a lot of times when I interact with them, taking their forums and so forth and so on, what I am hearing is, to be straightforward, yeah, the ones in the West, them have funds and certain good thing, and it just sounds like they want the assets that we have, but they are not willing to embrace us the way they should. The sixth region was declared from 2012, but to date, they are still yet to have protocols of engagement for I&I, the civil societies that are coming from the West. Recently, they said that they should have the protocols ready by the end of 2026, and this was said from February at the conference that was held there in Addis Ababa. Now, where do you see officially, realistically, repatriation sitting on their priority list?
Excellent question. I don't see it. And let me back up and say this. In 2012 was the Global African Diaspora Summit, where indeed the diaspora was recognized. But it was in 2002 when Chairman Konare, who was then the president of Ghana, was asked by Ambassador Bennett, now that the transition is going from the OAU to the African Union, what about the diaspora? How do we fit into this new model of the African Union? And then President Wade of Senegal responded and coined the term the sixth region, stating, yes, they must be involved and they will be the sixth region of Africa. Understanding that the five regions of Africa speak to the what's called the REX, regional economic commissions or committees, if you will. So that would be East, West, North, South, and Central Africa. And the sixth being the diaspora. So to go forward to what you mentioned about not just being recognized in a monetary sense, indeed, that's really what the sixth region represents, right? Is that source of revenue, uh, which, I get it, but I don't accept that in totality because it's much, much more. It's that moral responsibility, right? And as Malcolm X asked during, I think it was the second OAU meeting in Cairo, where he asked with an interest in establishing the Organization of African American Unity about support for said, and was told by one of the African leaders, I can't recall now, that they could not. Their hands are heavy, it's new, they have to sort out Africa first. And this made, Malcolm X's reply was along the line of, it's the good shepherd that will go to the rescue of that one sheep in the hands of the imperial wolf, knowing that the flock, is okay. And so this is not anything new in terms of us bringing to the OAU and now the AU who we are and what we want. There's always been engagement. The problem is that we don't have a proper conduit to engage. So again, the African Union, being the representative of 55 member states, this issue would have to come from a member state from within. It cannot come from even Jamaica as a state, or Haiti, or any other nation. It will have to come from a member state. South Africa, Ethiopia, Ghana. Again, I find that as a triangle of power and potential. Unless it is raised within that context, it won't be on the African Union's table, right? Likewise, the issue of reparations, how it got there again, is through the championship of Ghana. If we remember Ambassador Kwesi Kwartey, who served as deputy chairperson of the African Union, two former administrations before, he actually was the first one in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, tabled this resolution or request for a resolution to the African Union. So again, we have to, this is the importance of entities such as the Rastafari Continental Council and Toto. They have power because they are recognized as citizens of these nation states. And they have the ability through, again, what Toto is doing, or Daddy Bosco in Ghana, or ourselves in Ethiopia, to be able to lobby and get to these governments. We missed an opportunity that may come around again, and I don't know if Priest Beriso Babo is on and can speak to it, but we were even offered in Ethiopia a seat in parliament to represent our constituency, right? Rastafari. And again, I don't know if that is still something that is on the table, but this is how we get it. You see, if we're not at the table as guests, then we're going to be on the menu, and we don't want to be on the menu, right? So we have some opportunities that we have to take advantage of. And in regard to this notion of ECOSOC, again, these are still civil society organizations, CEDAW and ECOSOC, the arms within the African Union that deal with civil society, which organizations are represented, right, that are non-governmental. We want more than that. We want to be at the table as a South African delegation, as a Ghanaian delegation, as a Tanzanian delegation. This is the only way it is going to get done procedurally. So we really have to know what we're talking about, know what we're trying to accomplish, and how do we get there. So in closing on this question, I would say the issue of reparations now and what's happening with Ghana again being the champion is an opportunity for us to get to the table, because all heads of states have agreed on reparations and repatriation of items stolen from Benin, from all throughout, pillaged throughout the centuries, is on the table. And repatriation, then, if we have it even in that context, needs to be broadened now to include the kith and kin, those of us, the children. So again, there's opportunities for us to engage and to push it to a governmental level. But this is where, again, Rastafari Continental Council will be our strongest ally, even where reparations is concerned.
Blessed. Give thanks. With that said, Mama, before I turn it over to the host and ask the host to bring in Barrister, Honorable Priest Barrister Babu, so we can input into what Mama just said, I will turn to Rastoto as a member of the Continental Council. Rastoto, do you have anything to add to what Mama D just said in regards to repatriation and where it sits within the continent or within the
Give
continental construct? Yes, my
yes,
love.
blessed love, my Lord. Give thanks, Elder. I must also say, I should have announced this from the beginning, but I told Mama Desta that I have only 2 hours, so I'm left with 31 minutes because
Not a
I'm
problem.
having
Not a
my other home somewhere. There's no electricity. There is no Wi-Fi network. It's the new houses for the military veterans, so they just built them there. So I have to be there and guard them. Otherwise, thugs are vandalizing them. So, whatever the questions that the elders are going to ask me, I have 29 minutes to be in the platform, albeit that I would have loved to stay until to the end. So, coming from what Mama Desta said, maybe let me start first with the Honorable Priest to host. He mentioned something I wanted to highlight it that, which I've said it in the opening statement, that the problem with us in the continent, most of us, when we turn Rasta or when we cite up Rastafari, we turn Jamaican, good or bad, in both regard. That sometimes that idea, it is used to become a stumbling block. Like, I've been part of unitary movement, Rastafari United Movement, Rastafari United Front. There is a perception that Bobo Shanti don't full take in anything that involve any other Rastas, whether it's repatriation, whether it's this unitary movement. Even within our Rastafari Nation Council, you have ones who are double talking. You have other ones who said they are Bobo, they're representing, or they are Bobo, they don't represent. Sometimes when we are going to meet government, they feel that they're interested in that, they're coming and say they're representing Bobo when it doesn't suit them, which is something I would have loved to get a clarification as to. Bobo Shanti does work with the rest of the Rastafari to achieve these goals of repatriation, reparation, resettlement, all of that, or Bobo is just separate, doesn't involve with anyone because is supposedly the highest order, higher than the rest of us, so therefore they don't link up with the rest of us, so they're pushing a different mandate. But that is something that I wanted to ask towards the end to just find clarity so that when we continue doing this work, we are able to clarify. Now, in adding to what Mama Desta presented here, and in respect to the question that Priest Dagi asked about Rastafari Continental Council and repatriation, within the Rastafari Continental Council, our major advisory body is made up of repatriates, both in the continent and both who are in the African living spora out there, North America and so forth, and the Caribbean and England. And secondly, we also have the Rastafari, the Repatriation Committee of the Continental Council, recognizing the challenges that we are having, that the African Union, because the Rastafari Continental Council for us is the OAU of the Rastafari, is our continental Rastafari superstructure. We currently have about 40 African countries, 44 African countries represented within the Rastafari Continental Council. The idea, obviously, we want to have the whole of the continent because about 7 countries in Africa, they are Muslim countries. They are Arabs, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Algeria, and all those places. I haven't had much of the Rastafari in those parts of the world. But in sub-Saharan Africa, where we are, we have about 44 African countries represented within the Rastafari Continental Council. And the idea is to have the Rastafari Continental Council as our Rastafari OAU or African Union to speak for the continent and the African diaspora, the Rastafari who are in exile, within those levels of the African Union. And secondly, it is to have to at least galvanize this Rastafari continental consciousness, whereby we understand that the struggle of Rastafari in every country, it is linked to the larger struggle of Rastafari continentally and internationally. So the aim is to be able to mobilize the Rastafari in the continent on issues mainly repatriation, reparation, development, resettlement. As we say, that the issue of repatriation has a lot of complexities. It's not only moving from the West and coming to the continent, but you must also take into consideration resettlement. And in some other countries like South Africa, where they are big on welfare system, it means these elders, when they come in, they should be able to be put into the system and be able to receive their pension fund as the senior citizens, as the elders, as part of what will keep them going. So largely, in most countries, repatriation is a statement. You hear most Rasta will say repatriation is a must, but they don't have mechanism in place, both within government and within Rastafari's organization in these countries. They don't have mechanism in place to deal with repatriation. And a case in point is South Africa, with the latest group of the repatriated ancients who came in. They had to be moving from one place to the other. Sometimes they go to the most coldest province, and considering that they come from a hot climate in Jamaica, they have to be living in some cold province. Like at a particular period, they stayed in the Eastern Cape during the winter of that time, and Western Cape, and which also affected the health. So a proper preparations needs to be made, including proper studies. Now, as I have said, that Rastafari is largely a movement at war with itself. We don't necessarily agree on anything. Even these ancients, you start to find them being pulled from this direction to the other for different agendas. For others to try to ingratiate themselves, others they try to prove that they are more committed to the ancient. Others, even whenever a reggae musician come in, you'll hear, if that reggae musician have a time to sit with the community and they're asking questions, you'll hear them asking the same old question: how do we keep the Sabbath? And when you hear someone asking a question like, how do we keep the Sabbath, you must know that he's got his own version of the Sabbath, and he wants this reggae musician to speak for him through his mouth. And then he's going to say, you had Sizzla said what, you had Tony Rebel said what, you had so-and-so say what. Because Rastafari in the continent is of the view that Jamaica is the headquarter in everything, in ideology, in doctrine, in everything. So therefore, what Jamaica say goes. So, and if one can be able to name drop or quote anyone from Jamaica and said, elder, this and this said this way, it changed the direction of the movement, or it orientated it differently, which is important also for Rastafari in the West to find a way to speak about certain fundamental issues in oneness.
One voice,
Because
yes, sir.
the influence that the West have in the continent is too much. So
Yes,
if you have a divided opinion, you are certain that you are dividing the continent too. Wherever that opinion land is dividing the continent, because the continent worship you, idolize you. They don't, with certain ones, they don't see anything wrong. And that is where also, if you are unscrupulous, you can lead many astray, because they idolize you until that point. So it is important, therefore, that the repatriates speak with a particular one voice and made it very clear what is the way forward. How do we engage governments? Are you completely opposed to engaging government, or do you encourage that Rastafari in every continent should continue the struggle of repatriation by engaging their government, agitating for repatriation, advocating for repatriation, and other things that come along with that repatriation, and also taking advantage of certain benefits, because you see, we were colonized by different demons from Europe. You know, you have the Francophone Africa where Africans speak French. So their system is different. You have the Anglophone Africa where Africa speak English, and you have the Lusophone Africa where they speak Portuguese. But also these different governments have different beneficiations. I mean, South Africa, for one, you have about 44 African countries who are living in this country. From Zimbabwe, anywhere you can think of who are in this country, apart from all these European foreigners, all these Arab foreigners, Asian foreigners, and so forth. So there is, and the condition of it, which I attribute some of them, that because we were oppressed the longest, we had to develop resistance, and Rastafari played a role in our resistance movement. That is why you have the largest community of Rastafari in South Africa, because Rastafari was one of the resistance movement. I had a beautiful picture with Winnie Mandela. I every now and then I'll post it there, where I was asking her precisely about what she said when Rasbonajis come about reggae influence and Rastafari message, which she said it strengthened her during the struggle. So most of our liberation leaders, or those who are in government, they are fairly positive towards Rastafari through reggae, through certain role that Jamaica and the Rastafari played in supporting the struggle against apartheid. So is those countries I found that are Islamic that might have bit of a problem. But these other countries here, like South Africa, for one, like I said, that I've met all presidents of South Africa except Mandela. I've pictures with all of them, and all of them, they talk about reggae. Some ministers, they'll try even to tell you what type of records they have, Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer, and so forth. So there is some ground for us to meet the government as far as repatriation is concerned. But then we need to have, like I say, a unified approach coming from the West, because we can only speak about repatriation to this far, but then it is a mandate that is largely from the West. And it is only, you can say, give us a land. I mean, we did a land audit in Tanzania. The land that was given to repatriates, all in all, when you put it together, is 10,000 hectares. That was given to Mzee Bupe, Mzee Saburi, Professor Mukululi, Ken Edwards. I stayed in Tanzania for about 16 months, so I've done those kind of audits about the land that was given for repatriation. Actually, in every country, there is a land that is allocated for repatriation. The other day, I saw Sizzla was being given a land at Sierra Leone, and I always say that, yeah, we accumulate land, but we don't establish administration after to take care of that land. You can go to this country, they give you a land, but you don't set up administration after that to administrate that land. And the land is a serious commodity, which we need to really think in terms of that. So in every country, there are some piece of land that was allocated for repatriation. We're still having traditional leadership, the kings, which still possess land. But we need to have a cohesive and coherent plan about repatriation that speaks to the interest of the African, the Rastafari in the West, as to how they would want this particular settlement or this approach to be approached. So then we don't have conflicting ideas, and we know that this is what we present to government. So we engage government non-stop here. We don't listen to critics, as Mama Desta said. We've been doing that. That for hours, we are dealing with what we called constructive diplomacy. So that is what we use. We approach government, we talk to government. We don't have time to spend time arguing over Rastafari doctrines and ideas. We're looking at the bigger picture, and we approach government, and we are not allergic to government. It does not make us sick to approach government and to present these issues. So we just need to get an internationally coordinated or a globally coordinated mandate of Rastafari as far as repatriation is concerned, and which can be applicable in every country. That also through the RCC, the Rastafari Continental Council, we're able to impose or manifest that template or that framework and say, this is what we approach, this is how we approach. And I will also encourage the elders also to get involved with the Rastafari Continental Council Repatriation Committee so that you are able to guide this particular process and to advise. Like I say, that we have a limited knowledge in the continent. Not most of us have traveled internationally, and not most of us are exposed to the conditions of the Rastafari in the West. And also we need to move away from this we and them. There's a lot of we and them, these Africans and these Africans, and it hardened the attitude that you start to hear someone's also here say these Jamaicans, and the idea is that every Rasta is just a Jamaican, even though you don't come from Jamaica. So we need to integrate this thing and see ourselves as one black people who were separated by colonialism and slavery. Give thanks.
I Lord, give thanks, give thanks. Just quickly, I will attempt to give you my personal opinion on your question that you posed. Is the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress a segregationist organization or group within Rastafari? Now, I will simply say this. In Mama Desta earlier spoke of organizing the 1994 gathering in Miami, in South Florida. Before that, we had a conference in Philadelphia at the Folk Life Center, which myself was one of the organizers as well, with Ras Al, Mama Kaya, and others. For that gathering, they also sent a communication to the father at Bobo Hill, who endorsed the Miami branch going and attending and participating within that gathering in Philadelphia, which is a united gathering. It wasn't hosted by I alone or by Bobo the host. As a matter of fact, I didn't organize it as a Bobo representative. I organized it with my brethren as Rastafari in general. See, I would say it was not as large as the Miami, South Florida gathering, but in attendance, there were over 600 to 700 participants. People came from all over, different islands and from Canada and so forth. Saying that to say that we were endorsed to attend, participate within that united effort. Again, in 1994, when Mama Desta approached the Congress, she was given green light, and she was assigned a liaison to work with to help facilitate the Congress presence within that gathering. So that in of itself shows you King Emmanuel's approach. Now, with that said, King Emmanuel is a man that he has endured a lot of betrayal along his path. One being where he was beaten to near death. As a matter of fact, the newspaper the next morning said that he was dead. Being blessed, he wasn't. He survived something that most people would not survive, and went on to fight his case in the courts and won. Now, along with that, I will say the 1958 convention was not hosted by King Emmanuel alone. He was the organizer and the main host, but he also invited a co-host, which was Claudius Henry. Claudius Henry is not a bobo. At the time, I don't even know where he stood on Rastafari. He was more a revolutionary-minded person that respected the king and that tradition. And he was still invited to co-host. See, so we have never been a segregationist movement, but a lot of dogma exists among us. in all walks of Rastafari, and even within the wider African family, we have a lot of dogma. Being that we have gone through 500 years of colonialism, brainwashing, and miseducation. See, for those members that never met King Emmanuel, never interacted with him, that had gotten the culture second-handed, they might be taught something that they misunderstood or taught something that wasn't realistic. But the Congress declares itself as a people above all organization in the sense that we have always stood on the premise of repatriation and reparation. That is not to be interpreted that we are better than any group of Rastafari. And I will now speak for myself. The Congress can declare its own self. I am going to declare for myself. For I, seeing Priest Rasavana Ashanti, I see myself as a finger on the arm of Rastafari. I have never not interfaced with the other mansions because I grew up with brethren that are part of all the mansions. And we have never not been brethren. We have never fall out because of ideology. When we meet, we don't discuss dogma. We discuss what is common to us. Repatriation, reparation, oppression, racism, colonialism, all of those stuff. That's what we ground on. See, there is a religious infusion among I and I that is also part of the problem because within our religiosity, we tend to interpret things a certain type of way, which is what I hear coming from the I, Rastauto, where the I is saying that we have to analyze certain things and come to a oneness in our presentation. Now we find ourselves, people like Mama Desta and I, find ourselves as the elders of the tradition right now. We are the ones that are in the seat of eldership. I being a student of King Emmanuel, Mama Desta being a student of Bona G's and the Sons of Thunder, So, and we, myself and Mama Desta, we have never not worked. We have never found ideology to be a problem. We have never found any of those issues among ourselves to be a problem. And we agree to disagree because that's how we bring out the best in each other. We pose our opinions, our ideas. We take advice from each other. That's the way that I see this collaboration has to function if we are truly to liberate Africa. That's my few words. Back to the host, Honorable Priest Germain.
Yes, Honorable Priest Rasavana, give thanks to you for such profound answer, same way too, because that is, the same way I feel within I heart and soul that I supposed to be here walking, alongside I.
Priest, if you could bring up your voice a little more, please.
Yes, Priest. You hearing me now?
A little clearer.
Yes, Honorable Priest, give thanks. Yeah, so it's good for I to really walk with I brothers and sisters, for even the benefit of I moving forward as a people, because even within I self, I-Man is a part of the ORU, that's the Organization of Rastafari in Unity, that is, within the Northeastern Caribbean, St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, and some other small islands. I-Man is an associated member, meaning, I associate myself by helping them or doing what we have to do as a Bobo Shanti member, saying I stand within Bobo Shanti, but I offer my assistance to my brothers and sisters, so that is a good thing, And just to move forward and get the program rolling same way too, I want to bring back in the Honorable Empress Desta.
My lord, honorable host, before you bring back in Mama Desta, let's bring in Barissa Babu.
No, that's what I'm getting to, please. That's what I'm getting to. I'm getting to her question, not really her, but the question that she posed. you know, of I and I working with, you know, and being a part, having a seat at the table and not being on the menu, as she said, you know. So Honorable Priest Barrister Baba, I can definitely answer such questions, my Lord. Priest?
Priest Barrister.
Priest Barrister, my Lord.
Is he still on the platform?
See him just now.
Yes, he is, my Lord.
Yeah. I pray thee. I just want to recall the time for Toto because
Yes.
he's literally going to leave us. I think maybe in another 10, 15 minutes or
Yeah.
so. But welcome, Priest Bariso Babu.
Oh,
Priest
love
Barrister.
divine. Oh, love divine. Oh, sweet thou art.
Rastafari.
Oh, blessed, 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 blessed love, you know. Just sitting here and listening, you know, it's like the eye really bring I up forward on the platform even today still, you know. But anyway, give thanks for the comprehensive nutshell report from the Honorable Empress, you know? Yeah, more love, more life, and more health, and more strength to die, you know? Yeah, give thanks for the high introduction and yeah, and report that the I, you know, presented forward to the council. Yes, well, the item I hear I?
Yes,
Yes,
I.
Honorable.
Rastafari. Yeah, well, we must remember in 1961 when the first delegation it came to Ethiopia, they came to Africa with Mortimer Plano and all of those elder, you know. It stated in the report that when an African state did really endorse I movements, then and only then I case will be heard, as the Honorable Empress did really declare. You know, so concerning the repatriation thing, I as a group and as a people right now, we now have no mechanism to have a one voice. So we could be really lobbying within the AU as the Empress really declared. Remember the works that I and the Empress really did undertake in the 2000 coming up, you know, where we'd have the first African liberation celebration outside of Addis Ababa, where Jimmy Adessa, if the Honorable Empress remember that occasion, you know, and the chairperson for the sixth region at that time, Jimmy Adessa, him stated, you know, our voice to be heard inside the AU, it need a one voice, a one understanding, you know. So the AU is there representing them case, the African case or whatever, and we as a people and a group same way globally right now, where I may be champion in the cause of repatriation and reparation, we still need to tighten up I screw in saying that I need to get our act together as a nation and a people who are champion the cause there, you know, because so many one right now maybe running to the AU, going to the AU as ambassadors and representative of different region and different areas with the same cause, with the
True.
same, you know, and it's like it sounds so confusing, so
True.
conflicting, you know. So we need to really get to act together right now as a people and maybe just within a nutshell, you know, we get to the point and deliver where we have to deliver within the point. More and we gone around the corner and gone up the hill and gone and come, you know. Yeah. Anyway, The Empress did state about the Parliament. Yeah, I remember in 2000 and maybe 13, we get an opportunity to enter the Ethiopian Parliament and meet with the head of the foreign and security department within the Parliament, you know, and have a discussion with him concerning the whole fullness of Rastafari and life and stabilization and all of this, and our returning home, mainly in Shashamane. We did really the resettlement program within Shashamane. And him turned to I and said to I that if we have 30 members, you know, within the Parliament as a group, we could get observer status, you know, so we could really sit in within Parliament to really listen or really observe how them conduct them session or whatever. Also, in Shashamane, Iman was a member of the previous political movements at the Oromo government party. And they told me again at that time, if we have 25 members, we could have observer status within the OPDO at that time. And, you know, for we as a people, we beat down them things, yet still we speak about we are government within government. But then at the bottom line and the end of it, is politics still around the world? What is politics? Politics is a bet.
One second. One second. Priest Savannah, Rastoto has to leave, so you may want to thank him for coming forward and being a part.
Let's give him the last comment. Rastoto, since you have to move, just Honorable Priest Barriso, I ask that to hold the high point for a second and give Honorable Toto the moment to just wrap up and move. Rastoto, leave with I the message that you want to leave with the international family, my
lord. Give thanks, Prince Bariso Babu. Give thanks, Honorable Jadagi, and the host, Priest Jermaine, and all honorable members in the platform. I think this is a very important engagement by the Congress to engage with those of us who are in the continent. It is good that you have both in South Africa and Ethiopia through Priest Bariso Babu, who also did a lot of work with government like we are doing also here. So it is important to have this engagement so that we are able to provide the real situation as it is happening on the ground. You know, it's like current affairs on one hand, but also reports as they are, you know, development as they are developing. So I will comment or recommend that this type of engagement should be more often, even if it is once a month or so that we are able to give the update to the family in the West to know what is going on in the continent, because Africa is still your continent, whether you want to come forward or not. That is the only place you can call home. Anywhere else is exile, you know, so this is your home. So it is only sensible that you would want to know what is going on at home, even if you have left home for many, many years, but it's still your home. So, and thanks for this platform, for the elders who gave us time to listen to our reports and to give us an audience. But also I will ask that this esteemed gathering reach out to Rastafari structures, particularly that are dealing with the collectives like Rastafari Nation Council in South Africa. There's a reason we call it Nation Council, instead of National Council. We recognize that Rastafari is a nation among nations. So as a nation, we have our own council. This is our highest government in South Africa of Rastafari. As I said, it represents 26 organizations of Rastafari and 7 churches of the Order of His Majesty. So it's also important to have a connection also with the Rastafari Continental Council on a continental front, so that you are able to provide that necessary advisory role, recommendations, and immediate direct representative through these structures that exist, because they are all on the behest of Rastafari. And you are very much important part of that authority that needs to be dispensed as far as Rastafari is concerned, and also to help with doing away with certain misconceptions that are responsible for us not being cohesive. I think if our approach was more unified, we would have gained more victories in so many areas. But because of we spend a lot of time, like I say, the fight within the movement is internalized. 90% of the time, we spend it fighting among ourselves, and 10% taking the fight to where it's supposed to, and also to differentiate between African governments and Babylon governments. Because these governments, I found them, some of us, like, they're always willing to give us an ear, to give us attention. Last month, we were having a meeting with the deputy president of South Africa, because of some Rastafari who were being harassed by police. And we also raised the issue of repatriation. And 2 months back, there was a national dialogue that the government called to try to find out what was the problem. Rastafari was well represented. If you check some of the videos there's one I've been trending, they call it #excuse me, because I was arguing with this white woman who was a program director. She said, excuse me. I said, excuse me too. And then I went ahead to say, you can't marginalize us, we're here. So we interrupt the system where it is prejudiced and biased against us. So let's keep in touch, provide that necessary advisory and guidance, and let's work together on this and let it be a continuous process. I give thanks. My car is outside. I have to go. He's busy hooting now, and I don't feel nice. I don't like to leave Rastafari gathering before it ends. So, but give thanks for everything. Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses.
Give thanks.
Yes,
Give
yes,
thanks,
brother, feel brethren, and just give thanks. Right?
We give thanks, Rastauto. Give thanks. We will be in touch. The Council of Elders will definitely be in touch, and they don't know, so we keep in touch. So we'll be reasoning, my brother. Just safe travels until we reason again. Rastafari.
Rastafari, give thanks.
Oh, yeah, Rastafari.
Yes, I give thanks same way for taking the time out and being a part of today's reasoning. And I would love to give a article cheer for that I being a part of.
Yes, Rastafari. Yeah, man. Article Rastafari.
And give thanks for Priest Barisa Baba for all understanding.
Yeah, man.
Yes, but yes, Honorable, my big pleasure. Come in. Finish your reasoning. Finish your meditation, Honorable.
My lord.
I want to hear, the last part of what you were saying, because you were leading up to some very important aspects of what is going on there on the ground with the whole development.
Yeah, well, far and foremost, me da like for yell up Jaboni, trim up on the line still, part of the council as him just sent forward a message. Yeah, enough respect and love same way, as we grow up together, within times, more love. Yeah, anyway, what me was saying that Iman was a member of the OPDO, which is the Oromo People's Democratic Organization, before it changed to Belsigina, which is the present political party now where govern the country. And at that time, they told me that if we have 25 members, then we could have a seat also within the Manamari, which is the council, you know, so to bring forward report or bring forward what really affect we, you know, just like any other else group within the country, so that it could be heard. But the community was ignorant towards such fullness, which is even a part of the global Rastafarian affair within the political arena, because I no deal with politics and I no deal with this or whatever, which we're supposed to be a growing nation now, as the I earlier on speak about the majesty, sit with even the Pope within Vatican, you know, to discuss issues around Africa and even the global affair. Even in the White House to sit with even Kennedy to really discuss issues concerning the global affair. So this is what we lacking right now. So repatriation and reparation, if we not get our act together as a nation and a people right now, because true, we stipulate we energy around certain things. People are run before we are run go you as me say, people are declare themselves as ambassador, them this or them representing this or whatever. So how African can deal with we? Oh, them not see no full representation or a one understanding among we. Yes, give thanks to the comprehensive report from Empress Desta still, because me and her make so much stride. Even after we put on the ambassadorial meeting, you know, the OAU did sponsor I and I even was supposed to go to South Africa. Eh? We go represent the Rastafarian movements globally same way. If Sister Desta remember even them issue the same way. And true, me never have no passport. I man couldn't have really make the move. Yeah? But I think finally she did make the move still. Me never sure. Mama?
No, I didn't make that move.
Right.
And the
Okay.
power that we were coming with was somewhat thwarted again. So you and I, as the main architects, recognized and on the list were
right. Yeah, but give thanks, and we need to tighten up. As me said, the council today will bring forward the eye and to really express even these fullness of experience where the eye have been through, you know, and even what we were doing here in Ethiopia. This is as the Mozambique representative at the African Liberation Celebration move where we did have in a Shashamane, I think 2008. Him did say, what we are doing in Shashamane, it can be a springboard to the rest of continent. You know, the relationship that we have been building with the government and making representation on behalf of the Rastafarian movements globally. Shashamane could be a springboard for the rest of the states, you know? So I think, yes, Shashamane was a given land that if we did pay attention to it and did really deal with the issue in a Shashamane more collectively, you know, and more intelligence among ourselves, as the honorable brethren just say a while ago, just say a while ago, you know, if we did really collectively engage in ourselves to really reach out for a goal, things that is more better for I and I, you know, but the
struggles, technical struggles. Back to the host.
Yes,
To the
Honorable
chair,
my lord.
whenever I can get a moment when it's appropriate,
Yes,
I
Honorable
really.
Yeah, we soon get to that point, the priest happy. We soon get to that point there.
Problem.
Yeah, just a few minutes. Wrap up the question to Mama so we can have the open floor now and once can get to to engage Mama before she has to go as well.
So, yes, I. So I think we have just some sealer questions right now, just before she gave her closing remarks. Um, so I think this might be the last question for her, basically. Mama, what, in your views, are some of the things returning residents should be aware of? What, in your view, should some of the returning residents, be aware of? Honorable Empress.
Give thanks, and again, give thanks for Priest Beriso Babo joining us and sharing. Again, it's always important for us to, yes, we have no leaves and no fruit and things coming out, but let us not forget the root, and the foundation and foundation workers. So that question, the best answer is it depends. You have people who are aged, who are interested in coming home. So their concerns are going to be different. What access do they have in terms of being in a place with infrastructure that may have more access to electricity, water, Wi-Fi, whatever, versus a younger family interested in farming that wants to go into the rural area? So these are the things that we need to categorize and understand. What are our priorities when we're looking at this notion of returning home? And so many years ago, we started this repatriation process that did just that. It had a questionnaire. So it asked, are you returning home for study, for business, for retirement, whatever? Because although we like to think in a broader sense, so we just have to come home, we're talking about movement of the people. So these are some practical questions that one needs to first ask themselves. And the beauty of this is that the continent is 55 countries strong. We have choices. So for the climate, some may choose Ethiopia or South Africa. Some may choose Ghana because they're looking to be closer to that tropical climate that we may know coming out of Jamaica or the Caribbean. And so I think the notion is predicated on what do we need, because Jah providing our needs. Zion Gate is open wide. What do we need? And sometimes the most difficult thing is for us to take responsibility for our decisions, be they individual or collective. And I think that goes forward to what we've been hearing and swirling here, is that inability to commit. We can trace each other, we can kind of go back and forth. And I should say this though, with all that goes on, we still one. No watch nothing. We still one. Many ones we've been trodden with for many, 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 many decades. Um, Priest Dougie hailed up Jaboni, same thing. Jaboni and I, from again, Brother Kumi days and so forth. So the critical thing is for us to know what we want. Know thyself, black man and black woman. What do you want? What best suits you? We're living in a time now where we have access through one little device holding our hand that can tell us so much about certain demographics or whatever, just basic information. And then once we get into that, then we can move it along a little further. But let us be practical about some of these things. If we are practical, then we can start to see practical solutions that are coming out of our decisions. But most of all, we have to start making some serious decisions and committing ourselves. So I wanted to say that, and I also wanted to say I really do thank again the council, EABIC council, for convening this, and I echo and second Toto's recommendation that this platform or this council maybe develop a committee or something that can help continue this discourse and an agenda and a practical output, just like we did the declaration. It was a practical output. We didn't form a new organization for it or anything. We just came together like minds with a mission. So if that can be done through this in terms of developing an actual repatriation manifesto, or declaration that can be shared, then we can get our allies. Because His Majesty, we never have to stray from him. He said Ethiopia is non-aligned. Why? Because we have strategic allies. Again, as Priest Bresso Babo spoke to, we can sit with whether Pope, whether President, whoever it may be. in our best interest. So that is the long answer, Honorable Priest Germain.
Yes, Empress. Give thanks, and I would love to even put in to what I just said about I and I working together, and because as it stated that I did say, you know, and now His Majesty, sorry, when the ones visited Africa, because I was fortunate to actually interview the brethren for who wrote the book. I can't remember his name right now. From Babylon to Rastafari, and in it, they were stating that His Majesty did say to send the right people, and Africa in this time it definitely need the right minds, to actually advance I mission, within Africa, to actually gain I repatriation. It's a lot of reparations committees out there, to be honest. And I don't really hear it within certain spheres, like how Baba Shanti will always reiterate repatriation, So I give thanks for I and I even keeping that torch and that fire alive, for I and I to even move from one part of the hemisphere to the next, which is I and I home, which the man actually desired, for I and I to do, Honorable Empress, give thanks. Yes, Honorable Rasavana, where you say we come to that point where we'll give the
Yes,
Empress
my lord.
a last
Yes,
chance
my lord.
and
No, well,
give
she's not moving as yet. We would give the family now. Honorable Priest Nappy is waiting on the line and others. We would give the
Honorable,
family a chance now to engage. Yes, Honorable Priest
honorable,
Earl,
the
you're
honorable priest next after, yeah, please.
all right,
all right,
my
my
lord.
lord. Definitely, definitely. Honorable Priest Nappy, you can come in now, my lord. Bless it.
Yes, greetings, family. Give thanks once more, each and every one coming together, sitting and reasoning and gaining more understanding, because when we stay apart and don't reason, coming like we get further away from, where we're supposed to deal with. So I really glorify every time that we come and sit and reason together. But I really did want to reason with the Honorable Rastauto. I glorify the work with the man I do. Everything I hear the man say is right. You know what I mean? I don't hear no fly in it, magic, you know. And all of the concern we put forth, you know. As a soldier with the day, during them era there, I would have like give him a little clearance from an eyewitness of view, point of view. When it comes to about the separation and how the Bubble Shanty don't want to join together and all of that,
You must still hear
because
the eye, my lord. Honorable Priest, I'm going to still hear the eye.
all
This is
right,
live and it's recorded, so he will still hear it in the future.
all right. Well, I would like to say to him, I and I was from the same crew we come from New York in the early 70s. We knew Empress Desta and all of the bridging them. We were actually some of the first bridging that kept Naya Bingi in Brooklyn, New York.
It's not
With
be some kind
Puffy,
of
just
far
to
away.
enough of the bridging them. So I come into Rastafari as a one. But when I saw the speeches of His Majesty say we need to organize and centralize, I make it my point of duty to go visit the other different mansion then. Visit 12 tribe, visit the Nyabingi. And I met all of the leaders then of the tribe and be around them and listen to them in council. Went to Prince Emmanuel for Bobo Camp and listen in council. And I can let the bridge know where the problem arise, Because that is when I asked Prince Emmanuel, that's one of the first questions I asked Prince Emmanuel of the division with one with the house. And it's really about everybody wants to be leader. And no man, if you sit down today and talk of something and say, look, we're going to do this. By tomorrow, everybody's going to do some other different things. So true Prince Emmanuel is a man of integrity, you know. And him never like the rest of Rasta man, and we are going a big government work and certain things. Him have an integrity within himself. But I did see, because I there come as a Rasta man where they have integrity. With the crew of bridging them coming from the Bronx and Brooklyn, heading to Bobo Camp. You know what I mean? I did have them kind of foolish the way I think Rasta for hold them head high and get our own industry and don't go big Babylon nothing. Do we things. You know what I mean? And that is what I saw in Prince Emmanuel, out of all of the Rasta man. Honorable, I'm telling the eye, me know plan are good. Me know Boney G is good enough. And I can tell the eye them. None of them can walk in the leadership of Prince Emmanuel when it comes to uprightness and integrity. But here what the misconception go on now. Because Prince Emmanuel holds such high integrity, it comes with the concept of God in flesh. You might hold you account now who are up.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, great. That's great,
Kind of drop out there for a minute. You still online?
Technical difficulties.
1 second.
Okay.
Yes, my lord, I'm here. Are the item there?
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. We're hearing you. We're
Yes.
hearing you.
But what the issue came about now is when some of the other members of the EABIC misinterpret that now and think that it means you separate yourself because you higher than the other Rasta man there. You don't, you're not deal with them. Which is something that they've always accused me for. Man deny me to come from the parliament because them said that I mingle with the other Rasta man them too much. You overs, my lad. So I'm letting the brethren know, say, I know the way you may see these days, or some of the other bubbles them brethren, Prince Emmanuel is a man for unity and uprightness. And I'm afraid to sit and reason with anyone at any time. Because the man come off of the order of Haile Selassie. You know what me I deal with? Glorify that man to the ground. I've never seen a man that glorify Haile Selassie so like Prince Emmanuel. That's I personally. But I am showing the eye different majesty. It's just that over the time, things go off course and make it seem like we are not a people of unity. But we are of unity, majesty. A lot of times it seems like we always want to be the one to set the tone when we don't know how to infuse and assimilate ourselves into certain things and make the thing run properly. You know, that is just my few words, Majesty. I give thanks to each and every one of the item differently. And I see a movement where things are get more brighter. All we have to sit down is just reason and start do what we say we have to do. Not just talk. You know, we are with my lord.
Honorable, give thanks. Give thanks,
Okay.
Honorable Priest.
Oh, sorry.
The Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Majesty, royal family. Yeah, man.
And let's try to get some questions over to the Empress before she move because, her time is up.
Yeah, well, I could have tell you, say, I would have clapped for her, but I know she don't come here in a clap because this work is so serious, right? Where I could have tell the brethren them that they are swimming up the stream to get the thing accomplished. And it's not just them alone is doing that, We are all in the same thing, Yes, so, and even the brethren was speaking about the respect where Jamaica get. And I know that over the years, and it's not just Rasta. You see it? So, even looking forward to Jamaica, that is not an easy trend to get out of the people. Because enough of these African people, if you ask them where Jamaica is, they're going to tell you somewhere in Africa. You see it, they're just in love with, with this small island here, So give thanks to the reasoning, as I say. Beautiful reasoning, but can we boast about a step forward after the reasoning? Because how many beautiful reasoning goes out, and the more things change, or just the more it remains the same, But we still have to give thanks to I and I who never get weary, and we can come and hire bingy and get weak. So, try and I know what this chanting here for. We just give thanks to each and everyone who still turn up in the fire and perfect love.
Yes,
And I would ask now, any questions for Mama? Is there any questions for Dr. Desta, please?
And I pray if I could just take a moment to
Go
respond
ahead,
on questions to Honorable Priest Nappy and Honorable Priest Earl. First of all, Bitamama Saganalu for your comments and sharing your insights. And I would just say that I am proud and thankful, and I honor those ancients of days that did see me and guide me and strengthen me, and such as again Rasbona G's and Bongo Wato, Bongo Time, Ma Shanti, Nana Rita Marley, so many that we must be thankful, because it was a matter of one cocoa full basket, and I am a product of their teachings and their fire. And so we always have to give thanks. I think Honorable Priest Germain said earlier, we don't throw out baby with bathwater, and we really don't want to get into comparing which elder is better than which elder and which is more worthy or the other, because from their humans, I know how the King of Kings has taught us, or Emperor Haile Selassie has taught us to view one another. So I do want to say that, and most of all, just be thankful for the guidance of this council and these elders now, of which I am one. Rastafari.
Yes, give thanks, Mama. And I will make a statement as well. And as you know, Mama, we came up under these elders. Myself, I went to King Emmanuel at 13, but that did not limit my trod, because I also grew up under Bonages, under the great Watto and the great Time. And why I say I grew up under them, I have had many conversations with Bongo Watto. He and I used to buck going by Ras Miguel Lawn's office on Church Street back in the day. And we would buck up and stand up in the sun for lengthy period of time, reasoning. Seeing, we would buck up around a Church Street, there around a RMA, Rastafari Movement Association, with Brother Sam, again, one of the esteemed elders that Mama Desta and I share as an elder. And we would hold a lot of reasoning, and they are the ones that help to shape I and I understanding on this whole Rastafari levity and the initiative. That's why we were able to sit down and pen the standard, the document, the Universal Declaration of Rastafari, because we were the students of these elders, and we were able to verbalize what they taught us and put it on paper. See? So a man like Watto, many ones don't know him. Many ones say a lot of things, according to what they have heard, the rumor mill, and the same thing that Brother Toto talk about, the separationism that we embrace. But Bongo Watto was a man of standard.
True.
A very strict virgin. And I will end by saying this. You see, when it comes to our marketing, our craft work and thing, you couldn't put His Majesty on that. You couldn't put His Majesty on a t-shirt and say, I sell His Majesty.
Yes, I.
That was Bona G's. See, you couldn't light a chalice on Bona G's and you don't bless it.
Rastafari.
So they each played their part. They each held a standard. They each had their faults. no human is perfect. So while we tend to, everyone will speak highly of the elder that most inspire them, which is natural, we must give credence, we must give credit, we must give honor to all the founding fathers who have made this trad what it is. Because, like one songwriter say, could we have gone through what the elders gone through and still be who we are today? Enough of we will jump up and say yes, but could we? But when Jesus, a man, when they took him into they arrested him for herb. Him and Ras and I forget what the other brethren name. And they went into halfway tree court. And every time them ask them name, Rastafari. Them never bow. That was their ethos. They did not bow. And no
You
matter
have two
what they
hands
were
up here, please. Two hands
yeah,
up waiting on you, here, please.
no matter what no matter what they were threatened with, they never reneged on their position. Just like how we have heard many of the Nyabingi elders state that one thing they will say and one person they will follow. And if one's read the interview with Rashedrak, you will hear Rashedrak speak it. The one person him follow when it comes to repatriation is King Emmanuel.
Bongo
So
Eddie. That's right. That's
yeah,
what they would call him. That's right.
exactly. So when they gave credence and they did their works, they had a unity. It's we who come and make this thing into this unity and separate it the way it was. 'Cause remember it was one movement. They all met at Bakawal. They all met at 8th Street Rona, Bongo Water them. Wherever the gathering was, we're on a black heart. Back in those early days, King Emmanuel was there among them, and they were there among King Emmanuel. And until we can come to grips with that none of I and I rise up in a vacuum, that it was shared knowledge, and a shared experience as well, because they were facing the same enemy. Then when we understand that, then we will be able to push away some of this ism that we are holding on to. Give thanks.
Empress
Questions?
can be,
Yeah,
please,
please.
Ainsley. I don't know which one.
We have Empress Cindy hand is up, and we have Priest Imsy hand is up. So we'll let Empress Cindy go, and then Priest Imsy.
Bless your love, Honorable Empress Jessica. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I.
Love it.
Yeah, Empress.
Give thanks. Give thanks for coming in today and enjoying us and talking to us about the strides that the AU have made. And I have a question for the eye. As far as the African Union, why do you believe, in your opinion, they will not admit Haiti as a full member state, knowing that Haiti was the first nation in the Western Hemisphere to gain independence from France? And they have such strong ties to Africa. Why do you believe that they have not recognized Haiti as, or even admit Haiti as a full member state? Thanks.
Give thanks. One word, geopolitics. And this is something I will always agitate for. And I remember when the chairperson was Dr. Nkosazana from South Africa. And it was Haitian Independence Day or something to that effect. And I think it was Haiti's communication ministry or something that made reference to the fact that it was proud to have observer status at the AU, and abruptly a statement came out of the AU negating it, saying no, not Nogoso. It incensed me to a point that I did do my best. As I said before, my role with the AU, I don't have no big position, don't have no big title. All I do is agitate, agitate, agitate. Knock at the door. Many times they won't let me in. Sometimes they do. But I just keep knocking and knocking and knocking. Because I know the power and I know what happened with Jericho Wall. Nonetheless, it is a geopolitical decision. If we look at what happened with Ambassador Aracana, who was the ambassador for the AU to the United States, who was summarily dismissed after she started making statements about the Francophone, the French, and what they did to Africa. And we all know the damage and what continues, right, where the French are concerned. Well, I think this is what we see playing out, keeping in mind that the French's hand is deep inside the continent and even where the African Union operational budget is concerned. So, if somebody is paying that bill for you, then you're going to take time. So it is again up to us. You see, Rastafari, and I don't know if we've gotten tired. I don't know if we've gotten drowned out by the sounds, the cacophony of devices and so much information out there. But we have been the voice of the people. Rastafari. We come up in a generation. Many of my comrades and brethren, such as Jadi and Priest Nappy and so, where it was a black man thing. This is, I look at the title, EABIC, right? We know Bobo, but the whole title for say each time, Ethiopian, African, Black International Congress. Who says that? Who says that? Especially in the year 2025, right? So when you look at what Haiti is, that is what it represents, black defeat, much like Adwa. The difference is territorially, geopolitically, it's placed out here in the west, in the sixth region. And it's not even a full island, it's half. In Amharic, we say Gamash. Gamash. So this is again the voice of Rastafari has been the voice. Look at Black Lives Matter movement. Peel it back. Where that philosophy and mindset come from? Black supremacy. When we say black supremacy, we're not about superiority. We don't get involved in those things. We're talking about the supreme love, the supreme being, the supreme space in which civilization is seated. And for whatever reason, it's Africa. You see me? So I'm giving you the big answer because this is something that burns on my chest. It burns my chest every time because if nothing else, the final thing I'll say on this is the rebuttal that I received back was, oh, geographic and so that's the thing. And they're part of CARICOM or the whatever, Americas. So I asked the question, so if that is the case, what of the nations of the so-called Maghreb, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, Manamin, who are also members of the Arab League of States? Is a double standard then because if them can get in, what not? So thank you for allowing me to maybe vent because it is a sore point for me, but I do believe that we're going to keep agitating and I do see in the near future that is something that will happen. One of the things that we agitated for is nothing else but recognition that when something devastating happens to us out in the sixth region or the west, Africa just block us on. The AU, it don't cost anything to say to send a statement, you know, that we are in pain or we share the grief or we and George Floyd was the first one. And it took me quite a bit to even get that through because when we first tried to put it through, we were told, well, ah, policing and it's this and maybe not. But eventually, the outcry was so large, not from us, but from outside, that Africa then responded. You see? So again, I apologize for the lengthy answer, but this is a sore spot for me. And I'm born in Jamaica. Um, but for me, it's more important, even, and I know it as this, it is where Rastafari I see. But for me, any country in the Caribbean, if it's not Haiti, then we don't reach there yet. Give thanks.
To the chair,
Yeah.
I don't know how to put up my answer. Please.
All right. Coming to your job, Bonnie. Just hold tight. Make it go
Irish.
along the line. Yeah, man.
We have the like
Honorable Pre-Simes,
and then we have Honorable Empress Akim and then Jaboni.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for all that have been said and done. Very interesting reasoning. Certainly feels like a bridge is being built. So, Honorable Empress Desta, glorify. One of my youths named that, Desta. So, yeah. So, two questions. I heard a sound from Sierra Leone, and I would like to know, say, if you hear about that and if it's true. We were told that if we go to Sierra Leone and take a DNA test, which the government will provide, and it come back positive as an African, you're entitled to citizenship and a house and land. Did you ever heard of that? Is that true?
Please, the two questions one time, please, and then she'll answer.
The second question, seeing that you have been on the front line, and it I was saying where they say sometimes man is more distressed over imaginations than reality. So I would ask you, in your presence on the front line, how you see Rastafari moving on, even after you came on today and you see what we are aspiring to do. How do you see? Are you seeing some sort of a progress coming down the line? What? Blessed love.
Mama D, the floor is yours.
Blessed love, give thanks for that question. So I'll start with the first one. And actually what I did, I'm Googling it as you asked me. Can you obtain Sierra Leone citizenship? Now, this is something that I've heard about because we don't really do much work there. But this is something that I have heard, both first and second hand, about this DNA test, because it's a two-part question. One, for the citizenship. However, the part about getting land and these other things, and house, I I don't see that as being necessarily true or valid at this point. And why I say this is, let's look at the GDP of Sierra Leone. Let's look at the
Yeah.
situation in the country. Why would we, especially those of us who may have it a little better, because even a little better is a lot better, frankly speaking, than what's happening still in Africa, because we're still under the thumb. We're still trying to shake them loose, right? So we should be prepared. Again, the comment I made before, in relation to Priest Germain question, what do we do? How do we get this thing going? Well, let us assess ourselves. What am I capable of? Can I go with the family first? I caught a lot of fire for how we went first, just like you have to just go through sometimes, and sometimes it means some stay and some go. You understand? So where the relationship is with Sierra Leone specifically, and us going there with any intention of getting house and so forth, I don't see that. And again, I encourage us all to use. We have so many connections, so many ways to gather information now, that let's utilize that in making wise and prudent decisions. As to the second question, this platform and forum has given me such it's been a breath of fresh air, want to reunite with so many of our I love it in the trod, because it's not just me, it's not just Toto, it's many of us. fill in the basket, 1 1 1 1. And this is why we're able to make progress, because wherever we are, we're doing something. Priest Nappy and other ones in Miami doing things in Rwanda and so forth. So we're touching, we're in there. So in that regard, I'm very, very happy and grateful, because the last couple of years it has been a bit disappointing and sad, especially where Ethiopia is concerned, and understanding the power and the presence that we have and the expectation, and that the examples that can be set in Ethiopia can resonate, because it is the diplomatic center of Africa, and every African embassy is there. Every country in the world embassy is there, but every African embassy is there. And once a year, all African leaders gather there. And where is Rastafari? Where is Rastafari? Even those of us who are there. So this is not just an indictment or, a lash out necessarily against those of us out here still in the sixth region, but there's some of us that are there. What is the excuse for the lack of presence and lack of seizing opportunities? Just as Priest Berso mentioned, that come to our hand. And so this brings me to the solution, which is basically what we've been doing in terms of how is Rastafari moving on. We're not waiting for the permission. We're not waiting for 500 million people to say, yes, this is it. We are trusting ourselves as stewards and as guardians of knowledge. You understand? This thing that was put upon the shoulder, this yoke, as we approach a centenary, because this is the mark of the movement, right? 1930 to 2030. So we know. I look and I said, Lord, ask for please Nappy and these ones gonna go back, please Courtney, all of these from the 1970s. We are the elders.
Rastafari.
We are them. So who permission do I need to go with my brethren and sister? And if it's even two of us, if it's just me and Priest Paul and Brother Moody, or to say this is what we need now. And again, with the declaration, why this document is so important and needs to be really sent out there more and more. We did it in 5 languages: Zulu, Amharic, French, English, Spanish. You see? So if we know what the need is, who are we waiting on? Who are we waiting on? Imagine if this council say, you know what? We have to check everybody in a 9 Mile, everybody in a Kingston, everybody in a Trinidad, Antigua, and then everyone have to come together and agree, so we're going to have this platform. No, Aya, we already have the authority. And on top of that, we have the experience, the teachings. So that means that we have the responsibility, don't it?
Truly, truly
The
big song.
responsibility. And shame on us if we say, but why them are gonna talk about us? And that's still already. Or them love talk about us, sisters and our
Sure.
brothers and our no, what the Jaloid used to speak of. He used to say, look at our skin. We're the people of bronze and iron. Water run off away. That's sensitive within that regard. You understand? Although we can still quote, Brother Bob will say every time I hear the crack of a whip, my blood run cold. It's still real. Enough to say we are negating, right? The vestiges and the punishment and what has happened to us. It stays in our DNA. We will never ever forget it. You understand?
All right.
We will never forget it. But where we are going forward again, look at us. We're on the heels of the coronation centenary. What will we do? I challenge even this commission again, right? If we say we want to do a document on repatriation, let us look at that. Let us think about that and how that is something that can work within the context of the coronation. So it is not just a celebration of the 100 years, but a clear proffering of something that says, this is where we stand. You know?
Yeah.
So these are the things. This event, this platform has re-energized me, has given a lot
Rastafari.
of strength. I'm going home in a few days. And so I'm just so thankful, and I'm giving thanks that my kingman, my husband, Prince Merita Fessa, is there on the line from Ethiopia, giving me strength, and again, Jaboni and all these ones that really hold me up and elevate me and encourage me and say, you know what, go on, mama, go on. As a mommy of 10 and grandmother of 15, that even with the knee, I can't still. So again, sorry for the long answer. I love it precisely.
One thing, we give thanks that we could give the eye that sense of optimism. And the information I got from Sierra Leone was told to us by the great granddaughter of Dr. Blyden of Sierra Leone. So, and she says she running for president in 2028. But it was she who told us that. Give thanks, Empress, for.
Yes, Honorable. Give thanks.
Listen, Empress Akim.
Yes, blessed love, blessed love. Greetings, Mama Desta. So nice to be in your presence.
Greetings, David, Empress Akim.
Yes, blessed. So I have a lot on my heart to share, but I know I can't speak everything. A lot of things have been spoken of, but I really want to address a question about moving forward that Priest Earl had stated. Just a bit about myself. Music was what brought me into this liberty. If it wasn't for the music, because I'm here in the States, and so I didn't have the access to elders to teach me the way, right? And so just looking back or reminding ones of what Ross Tao mentioned about the importance of Jamaica. I want ones to really meditate on why Jamaica is so important and why those in Africa look to Jamaica. And I think that is a topic that we should expound on later on when we have more time. But one of the things I wanted to address, you had mentioned what is the reason or what has changed within the liberty, where it seems like we're stagnant. And I'm going to be very frank. I think it's selfishness, right? We have forgotten what Rastafari is about. And so oftentimes what we're doing is we're educating ourselves, right? We're becoming more knowledgeable about the movement, but we forget that it's about the works, right? And one of the songs when I was younger that I stood on was only Rastafari, or only Rasta can liberate the people over hills and valleys too. The music again for me was the messages that I needed to hear from the spirit, because I didn't have ones as elders to teach me. And so these songs were the kind of things that I stood on, right? And so what I wanted to ask you, there's two questions real quick. So the first one is, what do you think the primary purpose, not the ones here don't remember, right? But sometimes we have to be reminded, right? Or don't know and have to be reminded. But what do you think is the primary purpose of Rastafari? And how does the movement play a role in repatriation and the works of liberation of the Africas and the diaspora? Because I think ones are forgetting that, yes, you gain the knowledge of self, right? But what do you do with the knowledge? We have works to do. And I think we're forgetting about the works, and we're focused on, we're going back home, repatriation, but there's steps to take. So if all of us leave, right, which I want to go to Africa, but my trial is to get to Jamaica first, even with the hurricane and the things that was switched up, over there, I'm still not set on Jamaica not being my first step, because I'm about the works. We have youth who need to learn knowledge of self. We even have elders still who don't know who they are, right? And so I wanted to know, what do you feel as though, in your own opinion, what is the movement of Rastafari? What should we be doing and refocus on? And then the next question is, how do you feel we need to, or what we need to do to unify? Because that's something that you talk about, things that are burning on your chest. The disunity in Rastafari is a problem for I. And so again, the first question is, how does Rastafari position itself in the movement of repatriation and our focus and purpose? And then again, what do we need to do about unity? Bless it.
Okay, give thanks, Empress McKean. Very Akeem, very thoughtful questions, and I think these are age-old questions.
Mm-hmm.
So don't feel no way.
Mm-hmm.
But we, as youth ample, had the same questions. Um, I think what we have to do though is realize that we're living in Babylon and the system is working fine. The purpose of their system is to make us work, be part of their system, their cog. And guess what? Rastafari thrived in a different way, funny as it seems, before or by the 80s in a very organic and African social family way. We kept in touch with one another. We cared for one another. We loved one another. We were each other's children's godparents. And a lot of that was due to the fact that one, we couldn't work outside. Two, we were outcast from our families and our communities. So we created these little enclaves. Three, our main way of feeding our families was what others are doing and we don't get any credit from now, which is the medical marijuana industry, right? I mean, if we're talking truthfully. What happened though, and I certainly was part of that movement by the 90s now, many of us who are by in their 30s start to go to school. So we start to get like me, I got a Juris Doctorate, you got MDs, you've got so with these degrees come connections now to systems beyond our own small ecosystem. And so now this is just my analysis, okay? And so much like what happened in America with the segregation movement, desegregation movement, before desegregation, Atlanta, Oklahoma, you had thriving black communities with banks and insurance companies and university and everything, right? Desegregation come bust it up, right? Come bust it up, then burn it down and bust it up. Well, from the 1990s until now, there has been a dismantling of our community and social systems because we have now so-called spread out. We're gone big, we're gone wide. We's now doctor and lawyer and engineer and you understand? And nothing wrong with those things because Emperor Haile Selassie the First was the Minister of Education. And we know the importance of education, especially as founders of some of the greatest academic institutions, Timbuktu included, right? And so what we find in the year of 2025, now that you've added technology to this mix, there are so many voices and so many things going on out there that our focal point within Rastafari and these things that were helping us to grow stronger within our consciousness and even within ourselves to be able to go out there, ironically enough, right? And participate our full take in degrees and big jobs and positions and assignments and these things. Whether at UA or in my case, University of Florida College of Law or what have you, this disconnect has only been intensified and COVID never helped anything. So we're actually right now, the plan is working. When people talk, oh, the system has to change, they built this system and this is what it's designed to do. So we have to be deliberate. Nobody can save us but ourselves. We have to be deliberate. We have to stop looking for enemies and being looking at the external, because nothing is greater than the internal. What did Bobo Shanti teach us? The only mansion where dear for say what? Man of God I am. What? What are you saying? Blasphemy? No. Go so. Because why? Because he gave us life. That is what God is life, right? So we have to rise up now within our consciousness. There is no excuse. What do we want? It starts with the individual. What do we want? This is no external woohoo. What do we have to do to come to your question of disunity? We're not disunified. We always come together. We chant Bingi together. This is the most powerful thing that holds all mansions in one accord. The Naya Bingi chant, because what is greater than giving praises, eyes to the Almighty. Cha. This unity.
Rastafari.
This unity. If you ever see Jadogi the other night when we're together for the coronation with Ras Ivy and Bongo Joe. What? Oh, you mean there is nothing greater? Let us stop doing what they want us to do, which is pick each other apart. We're not unified and we're not. What are we going to do? We come together for a cause. We're all here together on this platform for a cause. The declaration, right? That Rastafari Universal Declaration was a prompt to make us come together for next steps. So how do we want to assist? Where do you see your strength? If your strength is being that one that go in and then you send for the next one, then so be it. So be it until the notion is fulfilled of repatriation in its most formal sense. And this
Sure.
goes to the final answer of repatriation and reparations. We have to continue to agitate. We cannot be bullied out anymore. We were bullied out of marijuana. We were bullied out of vegan, whatever them call it, ital food. We were bullied out of even dreadlocks. Go to the here place now and have locks put in your head for $1,000. We've been bullied out. Are we going to be bullied out on reparations? I say no. Africa is standing. And as an ally to stand with them, and again, I have to come forward to Congress. There is a history. We're not brand new.
Rastafari.
To the
Yes,
chair.
Rastafari, Mama.
To
Thank
the
you.
chair.
Thanks. Mhm.
Hold on. Okay. So
To the
we have Jaboni first, then Priest Knuckles, and then Mama.
No,
Me.
Daniel hadn't been up for a while, my lord.
Give thanks.
Priest who?
Priest Daniel hadn't been up for a while also.
Give
Thanks.
Okay,
thanks.
Jaboni got you.
Give thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'm here listening everyone carefully. I'm a good listener. And the agenda that drew my attention was the new faculty. And I listen and hear and a scourge around it. When I say the honor, I'm not even trying to be offensive, that's how me speak. Now, Priest Dougie, I want to openly apologize to you. And the reason why I am apologizing to you is what I heard you say just now. I heard you say just now that it's one Rastafari. And that was in response to what General Tauta had said. Now, I have always known that. And I have beat a lot of Rasta, just beat them up. For one reason, the separation. Because I is a Rasta baby, and I'm 72 years old. And as Priest Dougie said just now, I grew up with, before there was any separation. So the whole of my brethren are Rasta. Whether them about 12 tribe, them are Rasta. 45 years ago, Sister Desta is mama now, but that's how me know her, Sister Desta, 45 years ago. She lead a delegation.
Long?
Yeah, man. You know you forget. 45 years ago. A 30 years me out now, you know. 30 years me out now. So 45 years ago, you lead a delegation. And I call her name, I got to focus on you. Because you make me go talk now, you know. 45 years ago, you lead a delegation. Come a Greenhaven. A maximum security prison. Come look for I and set up a program for help I. And that delegation was Culture Brown. Yeah, R.I.P. Culture Brown. I remember we keep a stage show, more than one stage show, but we keep a stage show just after Gilbert. And that prison, we ruffle up over 70,000 US dollar. As prisoner, we did that for the Gilbert aid. Recently, what's she name, the storm come recently?
Melissa?
Yes.
Melissa.
Yes. If I put on my camera right now, I can show you how much a box of things that I have in my house box up. But me nah get no energy, me nah get no vibes to send down nothing. Coming on one nobody, nothing. Charity begins at home, and the whole of my offspring, them 11 children and whole heap of grandchildren, everybody's here. So that's where my charity is. But when I look upon certain things, I realize that something happened to I and I. I mean, you not talk, I mean, nobody not touch upon that. Something happened to Rasta. Mm-hmm. Can you hear what now? Me look and me see, you know. Melissa come like she does vengeance for Rasta. Cause who every Rasta camp at Jamaica get lick, you know. They don't go camp them when I get lick a back a wall, you know, back a wall, and I get touch, you know. So where I go on? Pitford, scratch but everywhere, get lick. And we supposed to be the holiest of holy. So that make me start think like something I go on. No, I and I is here today because I and I is now the elders. Mm-hmm. So the whole of our elders them now gone. Now the last conference, the whole man though, in presentation was a new faculty. 2001 when I got to Jamaica, while them was training, because Rasta become a governmental business now. I don't know if you don't realize that. A governmental run Rasta now, you know. Governmental run Rasta globally. So the king did say repatriation supposed to be a government to government thing, but no government no have repatriation on them agenda. So it's just we, you know, we're not no individual person with them works, but after I come out of Attica, I go explore in Africa and realize, and I come forward and I target. And when I target, everyone beat I, because I shouldn't say it, Africa not ready then, and Africa still not ready now. So any man where I go to Africa, depend him own. The whole of my team are going them, burying in there. Me alone come back out. Because I see what I say. Now, when it comes to the new faculty, after that conference, 1999, the whole man turned over the conference paper to me. So it's me who have that paper right now. My children, them, is not interested in anything they doing themselves. I can't force them to pick up the strad. Them is Rasta picnic. And if I should have passed right now, my contacts of my house, the government will just come and take it and use it as garbage or rubbish or whatever. No one not interested in me speak. Otherwise, I have all this serious archive that my children don't interested in. I'm going to hear no Rasta interested that them want to get these things. Now, the whole man say, because we keep a go round and I hear Toto talk about it just now, that Muta talk about it. But I played one time where the whole man said, Rasta need a new faculty of thinking. And then break it down to us. So whether you want to talk about Sam Brown, Bongo Time, Bongo Watto, Jalide, Historian, any elder you want to talk about now, that was then. Before come say, we need a new faculty of thinking. And then break it down as follow. Him say, take a Rasta man born 1930 and compare him with the Rasta man born 1940. Them get two different sip off of the chalice. So move up to I we born 1950. I can't see and I not see with the man we born 1930. See? I just come off a cruise just now, because I like cruise. The reason why I like cruise are back a wall of the waterfront I go up on, and I was at a port in Rotterdam recently, and I was just sitting in the port, and I see a young black man. He was around 25 years old, and he have a camera, and he walk past me. He have a camera like what me have, so I call him. When I call him, I get to find out him come from Ghana, Africa, and he have a 360 camera. Now, how me learn? Me call him because me want him to give me some, as a young man, he won't give me some information how the camera work. So when him come and him sit down and talk to me, I tell him, I ask him, what spec camera is that? Him say, 363. So yeah, well I got a 365 and a 364. And him hold him head. Him say, I only see these things on TikTok. I have never touched a 5 or a 4 yet. I say, no, man, look on them. And then I start showing him some other equipment. And him just get real excited. But the point I'm making, him said to me, say, him working at the casino on the ship. And this is him applied for the job 6 times and didn't get the job. And 6 months ago, him get the job. And this is him dream job, and him living him best life. My response to him was, I can understand that. Because when I was your age, if I did get a job on a ship, I too would be living my... I too would be living my dream life. Now, we have seen things change, and we are not changing with time. On the ship, most of the workers, them was like Cambodian, South African, Kenyan, Ghanaian. But I'm speaking to elders here now. And when I was a boy, and Freddie Cossey, Frank Cossey, Star Wars, Moon War, these were the top ship when I was a little boy at waterfront. And all these ships were Caribbean crew members. Who remember that? When you go up on a ship and when you see a ship come in, I pay Caribbean people. I work it. Something have happened in the system. Them now make Caribbean work ship again. Come into the culture now. Just like our elders is dying, our culture is also dying. Look, Jimmy Cliff just dead. Do you know what Jimmy Cliff represent to our culture? So now, it's like our culture becomes watering down, trickling down, and it is lost in its focus. And as I think Mama Desta said just now, intellectualism have taken over now. So the now generation, they make it up as they go along. And we lose focus now because it's like Rasta and Black again. So you see, because Rasta black again. Come like me the Rasta again. Because I don't know about the multi thing there. And when I speak them with people, chastise me, them beat me, them. Sister Desta, you don't get beaten like me, Dougie, you don't get beaten like me. Because it's a critical thing. I ever look on things and it's like I ever compare, like, how did it get this to this? How? Because I already say it and I say it over and over. When I come out of prison, let me tell you something. Rasta, me shame for say me a Rasta. Yeah, me turn on the light, me gonna say. Me go to barber shop every 2 weeks. You know why? Look for me. I mean that. When I come out of prison, do you know what Rasta have done to the world? Because we don't got talk about the good. Yeah, man. We don't got talk about the good part of Rasta, But me there as the ambassador to talk about the fuck up part of Rasta, A Rasta fuck up the world,
Keep it clean, keep it clean.
You know, realize a Rasta, I'm telling you what Rasta do. In every country Rasta left Jamaica and go, Harlem go, they go do a sale. Drugs to our people, and we just mess up the world, and we not look on that. That's how we get the beat over get there, That's my way, We can't talk them getting up. My hand never in the cookie jar no time at all. When I come out of prison, I look. Every one of my brethren them, like same way with no shame. A poison for people. Yeah. Everywhere them go, that's all them do. Rasta, everywhere them go, the jokes themselves.
All right, Jabi.
No, but we have to talk about them things too. We can't because I tell you, there is something. Why you think the African leader now embrace me? Why you think them now embrace
I pray the Jaboni. When you look at the work that you are doing, I and I are doing, and so many others, we know that the power and the work that even one of us do, still even 10 of those who may not be doing the right thing can't match it, because this is a God thing, is jotting, and we are still making progress. And I share the concerns that you have. This is why I know we have to make sure that we're coaching things in the manner of the transatlantic slave trade, because enough ones want even say, well, all of us come from there too. So we have to pen it right. Yeah? Recognizing those of us who have come through the transatlantic slave trade, defining who we are so we can get justice. Because where we are right now, while we're suffering still, and as you said, falling prey to certain things, is because we are put in desperate positions. You see, the blessing that you had was to build up a character and a discipline when you did lock down all them years. It may sound ironic that ones on the outside never have that, because like I said, the degrees came in and the assimilation came in, and just the way desegregation came in, we allowed it in till it take over now, ones could say. But where we are today, Jaboni, and I'm so glad when I see the little text, I say, yeah, man, because we've been on this for a long time and we haven't stopped. So I glorify the moment and to hear you, and boy, 45, I forgot about that, That was a very powerful time with Rastafari, trying to make sure that them get what you need on the inside. So give thanks. Give thanks. I love it.
And I will jump in there too and say, Honorable Jabi, it's not so we're not highlighting the mistakes and what we have done wrong, because all of we know what have gone wrong. The thing is that we're not getting no solutions. So we the Council of Elders have decided to be a solution-based group and not, dealing with the amplifying of the problem, because it don't amplify already and them use it, them weaponize it against we and keep we divided and keep we, docile using it. So we are here to bring the solution to the problem now, to say what we are saying here today. How do we move forward? What's the best way to approach repatriation and reparations? How do we get the culture aligned back to what it's supposed to be through the Iniversal Declaration of Rastafari? Ones can no longer One can no longer just jump up Jabi and state say, yeah, this and I saw this way and that way go, because now youths have a document now where them can go to and say, but in this, where the elder them draft and where, where the founding father them did say and how them did point to it, and not so we I hear it from the eye them. See, how that go? So there is a standard document now that one can refer to for see the original way when it was Bakawal and Nazareth and Kiwak and Rona, Clock Tower and so forth, where the man them did gather and reason out and formulate the doctrine and the levity, and where them did forge a brotherhood and a sisterhood within Rastafari. One can view the document there now and see the reality there. See, so the solution then we are trying to focus on, because we know the problem. The problem is overwhelming us. See, without anyone's focusing on the solution, everyone amplifying the problem, But no problem in amplifying the problem, But bring the solution same time. After you're done, amplify the problem, deal with the solution, because this is not a hopelessness thing, We're not preaching a hopelessness thing and no give up thing. There's no retreat, no surrender. See, we sign on to this for better or worse and through all times. See, and if we say we are God and we say we are the children of the Most High, then we must can go in with divine self and come up with solutions to human problems, Rasta. Because God higher than human.
Lion, 1 minute, please. With all due respect, Priest Doggy, with all due respect, I'm on your eye clearly, and I am not here to actually fight against anything that anyone is doing. And I'll make the I know say any strength I feel I can get from I am here as a Rasta man to give it to the eye. But
we know that, man. We know that, Jabi. That we doing though.
Yeah, but watch the right now, my lion. I don't know if it's too late or what, so I don't want to predict that. But you see, I look upon myself as a youth coming up. As a youth coming up, I will man never have to tell I what to do. Jalide trad I start running trad I. Bongo edit trad. No for my virgin them. So it's one trad. And it's one goal.
Sure.
I remember the old man said to I am say enough time. Him say anything that I can do, go do it, man.
Sure.
Make sure you do it for I and I. I hear someone said earlier that the selfishness there set you now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where you not think now like that, you not think everybody I think individual now. So I guess so now. I know give up now. But me have to think now individual in terms of my immediate family. To hold them together, that them not really stray too far.
Yeah, give thanks.
And that's some energy there. So if I can help anyone as individual, I will do it. But at my age right now, I not see myself I tried forward Africa. Africa not ready for thinkers like I and I. That's how I see it, and I'm going African and deal with politicians and realize they're not ready for if all right, 70 odd years now on earth and there's no program to entertain repatriation. There's no program for that. So how that go?
Yeah, man. Well, Jabi, we get you. You see, we have a portion up. More and this the time is winding down. Let me just get some other question, and so we can, I can come back again if there's no other questions as we wind down. But let me just take in some more questions from the one that has been waiting patiently.
Mama Miriam,
Give thanks, Jabi. Yeah, give thanks. No, Priest Daniel, there I did say honorable host. Jeremy, Priest Jeremy.
No, the name was
Samuel.
Yes.
Oh, Samuel Richards, okay.
Samuel.
Brother Samuel Richards, yeah. Unmute your mic and give us your sound. Samuel Richards. All right, well, moving on.
Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. He's there. Unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear it now. Let's keep it tight.
Bless the
Time is
Lord.
a basic.
Sure enough, my lad, is a question to Empress Desta. Give thanks for the board of the elders. Give thanks, love to the royal congregation that is here on foot. The question, Empress Desta, knowing that the heads of government that play their hands in the 55 states, there as knowing that these heads of government has now transformed the municipal powers into the NATO, differently from the UN. What approach do we have to them differently coming as a strategic protocol as by law towards them?
Give thanks, Honorable. Yeah, we're gonna bring Empress. You hear the question, just hold it for a minute.
Okay.
'Cause I know how you're going to answer that one there. So she's gonna answer your question, my brethren, but just give me a minute to go down the line
Yes, Dada.
and yeah, man. Honorable
Sure
Priest
enough.
Knuckles, I think you next. Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Blessed love, my
Majesty.
Lord and Empress. So all I want to give thanks to one and all who are here, you know. And Honorable Queen Mother, Empress Desta, give thanks for your presence and your wisdom. Thanks to all ones that have spoken. And I did love the opportunity for get for reason with who me
That's
consider
out.
a priest, Rastauto. I see him as a high priest. And there's a lot of teaching him have to teach us as we go home also to go learn some things, you know. A couple of concerns that I have. Sister Desta talk about the ones that come into the trad and get a certain level of education that lead to a bigger circle. I think this is part of one of the understanding of why there's a lot of some sort of isolation and separation amongst ones. The good book say, my people suffer from lack of knowledge. And many ones earlier, even though I had a strong spirit, was lacking in knowledge, so them couldn't go into certain arena to push forward the agenda that the Rastafari have, you know. And I'm glad for a one like the I and other ones that may not be here at this moment, who have attained that level that you can go in front of anyone and speak our cause and be heard. Because many times the governments and the AU and all of these people, when they hear ones that come that don't have a certain level of knowledge, they don't take to what they are saying as being important. As Dr. Sebi said to me one time, go to a conference, I think it was in Zimbabwe, and when he showed the man, him say we can go earth to heal all of these people and them thing, the Minister of Health asked, what is your degree? What is your this? And when him couldn't tell him, say him have a doctorate in this, him say him no want to listen to him. Nevertheless, we give thanks to those who push through, you know. Now, I hear Toto talk about the Jamaica respect for the culture coming from Jamaica. And I say it has a lot to do with Honorable Marcus Garvey. That's why him is a deity in our culture as Bobo Shanti, you know. The mighty work that he did and reach Africans so far and wide universally. And it's out of that energy and culture birthed the Rastafari movement. And if you hear the reason with Toto, many of the leaders in the colonial struggle that emerged as leaders was influenced in some part, whether by Marcus Garvey, or the younger ones were influenced by the culture of the Rastafari as coming into the reggae music, you know? So that is one aspect that we have to look at the connection of that, you know? Now, in terms of the politicians, if you understand where that are coming from those days, and even today, it's not that we don't want to we have to engage with the politicians on the continent because that's our home, that's our government. Out in the West, these politicians up until now is one or two little island that the government even take up any responsibility for the cause of Rastafari that we're struggling for, repatriation. And most of them who jump on it now is not about repatriation, it's about reparation. That is to get money for themselves and them party and them island, and not about the international universal cause of repatriation, which is to bring back the continent to one by bringing home all the ones and ones, you know? So I just want to give thanks for the moment. And remember, Chris Dougie always remind us about the conference that was held on the Hill in 1978. Now, for the young ones who have this separation type of mentality, don't know these knowledge. And as we record that the last statement, they gave Dada the last voice to speak, and him turned to Mortimer Plano and say, if it did still there beside me, wouldn't reach further now. And Mortimer Plano, hold on him and say, yes, my lord. So that was always for the unity, you know. But the young ones now that come that don't know these history, them hold on upon the ignorance of separation. And it's time that we get past that and we give thanks to the work of those who understand that greater, you know. That's why even the event where we had in Miami the other day, from I dropped in Miami and with a greater level of understanding, we move towards bringing that unity all the while. And it is important to understand, say, intelligence and knowledge is part of the solution to the problem. My lord, I could have talked only for things, but I give thanks to the moment still and a few words, you know. Blessed love.
Give thanks, Honorable. Honorable Priest Jermaine, who is next? Mama Maisie?
Yes, Honorable Priest Sevens also.
All right. Honorable Queen Mother, could you
Yes,
grace us with your...
Honorable Priest.
Oh, yes, Mama.
Give thanks. Give thanks for the reason going through, man. Glorifying him and have much to say about his mama yesterday. Is she back?
Mama D. Mama D?
Thanks. I'm right here listening. Give thanks.
Yeah, Mama Desta, hear your name many, many times, but now hear your voice. It is a pleasure to hear the woman, and I've listened to you, you know. An Honorable Empress Maisie and Elder, coming from them time, right? And I give thanks, you know, for you take time out to be with us today. And all that you have said, you know, it's powerful. It resonates, and I give thanks, you know, for the Empress. Also give thanks to the priest too, you know, because I like how him talk. Him just a natural man, and him just speak natural. And I love when people speak natural. You know, and I go around the corner and just tell you who him is and tell you from work, and I glorify. Also, I glorify the Jaboni, you know, because he make a few points, you know, that is resume. That's what I'm saying too. You know, when I see what's going on in Africa, I said Africa doesn't ready for us yet. And we doesn't ready for Africa. And him said the same thing. No, Sister Desta, my dear, you are in Ethiopia. You live in Ethiopia, right? I was told. No, Sister,
Yes, sir.
I mean, you
Ethiopia,
move
yes.
amongst your people there, especially empresses now.
And I know you move amongst the Rastafari empresses them and the ones them that is not Rastafari. No, what they are thinking, how they see Rastafari, especially those that are not Rasta. What kind of meditation, as you reason with them, you must get some Iowa from them, to see what is they are thinking about Rastafari and a whole, and those who even in it's not everybody is Rasta, right? And they will say them is Rasta, but they don't know much. So what is it? What you get from the empresses in Ethiopia, Honorable Empress? And the next thing I want to ask you, you was living in the West, you moved to Africa. At first, how did life treated you in Ethiopia? What was it? You ever been there thinking of the West? Or you just set yourself for just, live whatever throughout you? And those are my few little questions. I give thanks for, everything. Love, love, love. I'm listening. Thank you,
Yeah, Mama
ma'am.
D, give thanks, Queen Mother. Mama D, first the brethren question,
How
that,
can Rastafari engage with the African Union on repatriation?
yeah, just
Right.
quickly touch upon.
Right. So very quickly, as mentioned before, the African Union is a structure, just as you said, much like the UN, that is responsible for implementing mandates that come from member states. Only they can change laws, put policies in place. The member states, South Africa, Ethiopia, Ghana, you name it, one of the 55. So this is why strategically the Rastafari Continental Council is an important tool, because the Rastafari Continental Council consists of Rastafari born and raised and ancestors upon ancestors there on the land. So they have natural and legal rights that can be exercised to put forward any mandate that Rastafari is seeking. So that's the answer to that. The
Sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead, Mama. No, man, you have the floor.
The second was a comment about Rastafari, and to some degree, that's one thing that I think we're the fire people, and we're not afraid of scorching ourselves like Jaboni or the priest. I lost the name here on the thing for the second question. And it's a call to make us be accountable and put us on our toes, right? So that is where we are. Even if our toes are tired, we have never ceased the fire. And again, where we had a higher spotlight, because there was just less to compete with out there. There's too much right now. There's too much going on in the world, but the essence of Rastafari can be felt right across the universe. What other movement in under 100 years has been able
Have
to
that.
impact society in the way
Mhm.
that Rastafari does internationally? So I will just leave that as a rhetorical question there and say only we are not utilizing the power and the potential of the movement. But there's a turning point, and this goes to the third question now about the meditation of life in Ethiopia from a Rastafari perspective. And so I'm married to an Ethiopian who is the sixth generation great great grandson of King Sahale Selassie, who is the father or grandfather also of Emperor Haile Selassie's grandmother, Princess Tenanya Work. And so beyond this, as again, Jadogi and Jaboni, so much history and works we've done. Yeah, I'm just remembering now the works that we did with the royal family and with Princess Little Mariam on one of the trods. So we've been working with the family from even Prince Dawit Makonnen first visiting in 1988, 87. There's been consistent engagement again, we see and hear much about Prince Hermes because we have social media, and so he's very much out there,
visible.
or that he's in communication. So bottom line is that there is a consciousness there. However, there is anticipation because the Rastafari that was anticipated or expected to come were almost angelic and almost going to just transform everything and just make everything great again. you know and I think this is the expectation throughout. We're also seeing again through the lens of finance. I don't know anywhere else in the world you can go to where Rasta is looked at as rich people, so I guess that is a blessing because we are, our father is the king, right? So all the riches in the world belong to him, and we give thanks for that. So there is that sense of anticipation. There is a great sense of respect and regard, more so than even respect, but regard for who we are and our love for Africa. And we're still seen as the stalwarts. My concern is that we need to be engaging more and more solidly um, with our indigenous brothers and sisters. We have to be very careful. I mean, we're seeing it more and more, so it's not as big a deal as it may have been when we first came in, which goes back to the first part of your question. How was it when I moved there? It was a challenge, First, I moved with, I have 10 children. I moved with the four youngest ones. It was July 18th. Matter of fact, this year made 20 years, which is winter time, and it's up in Entoto, which is the cold mountain. So, but I was home, and I knew I was home, and I knew all the chants were right. So with that said, Zion gates are open wide. It is up to us. Just like our man decides, say, all right, then Queens getting too cold, New York too cold, they're gonna buy a house down on Miami Beach and settle there, or in Arizona. It's still a move. You do your research, you find out what you have to find out. Let us not act as if we are not the children of those great ancestors that we had, that even in 1961, Mortimer Planner, brother Kumi amongst them, trod and come to different African states to check out what the real situation is or the potential. Zion gates are open wide. No, things are not perfect there, but they're changing. I'm seeing it with my own eyes, listening to it with my own ears. Not all the change is good, but we're going to hold it. We're not going to let it go. We're going to hold it because it's the only place on this world that we can call our home. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Mama. Yes, family, I think we have come to that time. Priest Aswad, I haven't heard from you and I see your hand is up. Please make it short and spicy as time is upon us. There I can unmute your mic and grace us with your sound, my Lord. Honorable Priest Aswad. Well, if you're not ready, we're gonna be moving. The train is moving in it, going eastbound.
Whenever you get a chance, Priest Nappy, please.
Priest, I'm
Yes.
Priest, I'm just, oh, that, okay. Priest,
Just
I
love,
thought that was a hand.
yesterday. Are you hearing me?
Yes, my Lord. And please make it,
I'm having internet problem whole day. I mess the speakers. I heard a little bit of the Honorable, the General, and I heard Empress Desta talking certain things, and I like what they are saying. There's so much questions I have to ask. I will just be short and say this, that we need to listen and take heed from the little things I learned, that we must organize ourselves more politically, academically, and we must pursue the delegation that we have to, and stop being so religious and sitting back. We have to take the government aspect of it and take it to the levels of all levels. I would like to ask Empress Desta, Mama Desta, one question. I want to say hi to your daughter Jillian. She knows me personally, and you probably know me too. But that's not the question. The question I want you to answer. I want a critical, constructive criticism on the answer of this question. What is Bobo Shanti not doing
forget how we supposed to get to be collective, to be involved with governments, to be understanding the political issues and academically taking it so we can educate our children for futuristic judgments and for us to control the world as we could control the world or play an important part in doing so. Honorable Empress.
My Lord, give thanks. Yeah, we're going to take another sound before we make the Empress answer that question because when she answers you, that will be the wrap up. Honorable Priest
To the chair,
kindly.
to the chair, to the chair. You know,
Honorable
sir, I
Priest
had my
7.
hand,
Yeah, Honorable
yeah, I had
Priest
my hand
7.
raised, you know, but I had to put
Go
it
ahead,
down,
my
you
Lord.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, go
quickly.
ahead, go ahead.
Before I say my simple question, you know, I have to give my honor and respect to the Royal Matriarch, Mama Desta. Give thanks for being in this time and space with us, you know. Yeah, so simple question. Well, I understand there's a whole lot of ones going into Africa right now and buying land, you know, ones from America and different places. You know, you could tell me how great that is, how true that is. And I understand that the price of land is going up because of that. And you can tell me how true that is and what countries that is really going on, if it's just Ghana or other places. And also, is that going to have any effect on us who are trying to come in? Is the prices going to keep raising or is it a rise and fall thing? You know?
So you're asking her to give you a what them call a speculation on
Yes. Yes, I know you might not know the whole continent, but you know, just of what you know. Yes.
All right. I think those is a mouthful. You wanna attempt those, Mama, or you want me just take the last person before I give you the floor?
Yeah, me don't have a question. It's not a question.
Okay. Well, Mama, answer this. Answer what you have heard, if possible.
So the question about price of land going up right now, the world, the economy, everything is going up everywhere. I don't know one place unless you're living in the forest and living, please, good enough to be living off the land where the economy is not impacted. And the same goes for Africa. Remember that all the resources that make the world run come out of Africa, whether it's through palm oil, whether it's gold, whether it's shea butter, whether it's uranium, whether it's everything comes out of Africa, and therefore we will always be caught up somehow and impacted by global economy, right? That's one thing. The second thing is that yes, where there are more of us coming home, you do find the increase in prices. And it's a sad situation, but that's how supply and demand go. And I think when we reach a critical mass, that's when we'll begin to see things like that changing. Because unfortunately, as I said, and this is not specific to Rastafari coming home, but black people coming home, we are perceived as having a great deal of disposable income. So yes, there is impact, and I do see it going up as things go up. The next question was Kes Aswad. Can you remind me of that one, please?
He was asking, what is it that the Congress should be doing that we are not doing to get ourselves in the right political frame of mind and action?
Well, as they said, that one may be above my pay grade in that I am a guest, I am a sister, I'm an ally, and would not dare to go into what Congress needs or should do because I don't know what it is. I can say on the upside that this what they're doing here is powerful and important. And I see it as a platform, especially again with the reparations issue going forward, and knowing that it's Ethiopian African Black International Congress at a time where there is some grumbling between African Americans who are considered, they call themselves foundational Black Americans, and then you have Caribbeans and different ones that are saying what is going on and How come all of a sudden Africa jump in now about them is dealing with reparations and we're out here? What about us? And it's a legitimate reasoning. And so the history that Congress has in chanting and lobbying in a formal sense with these written letters between Prince Emmanuel and Buckingham Palace, I think we need to revisit those letters and try to see how we can narrate and make sure we continue to be part of the story and part of the process of reparations. Because we're already in there. We're the foundation to some degree. Groups like Encroba out of the United States and others, yes, they have been around, but still not as long as the initiative from Congress. So if I would do anything, it would just be to encourage this platform to create a sub platform or a different thing that can gather these minds and hearts towards seeing how we can push this a little further along.
Give thanks, Mama. I will take Mama Lily's Mama Lily is beckoning for the floor. I'll give her the floor. Then the Honorable Priest Imsy, and I think Priest Nappy wanted to say something as well. So, Mama Lily, the floor is...
Priest I want touch, please.
Mama Lily, go ahead.
Love Empress Jess, give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Good to hear you. I still there in Shashamani, holding on.
Yes, I. Still in Addis.
Yes, give thanks for all your work. And I drop a rest when Jab Bunny was talking and so it go. You know the time span down here and up here in Ethiopia. But peace and love, that's all I have to say. Peace and love and keep up your good work.
Give thanks, Mama Lively. Just give thanks that you're dear. Just knowing that you're dear and that you're near means so much to me. And there's so many that love you. Anytime your name is mentioned from youths who coming in from Shash, a big smile flashes their face. So that says it all. Keep giving us the love, you know?
Blessed. Honorable Priest Imsy, you want to take it before Priest Nappy?
Yeah, short and sweet. That man there who named Jaboni, a mighty soul, you know. A long time ago, I see you on a video, you know. I'm glorified to see me could have come here live in this justice. These two words, you know, because I'm listening and I see the them is pioneer and vanguard, and that we are also. So these few words are encouragement to say, let us be able to embrace resistance. Let us be able to strive under scrutiny and adversity, using pressure as fuel rather than distraction. Always several steps ahead, because knowledge without action is a cage, and intelligence without application is wasted potential. So we're on the right path. Honorable Jaboni, hold it up. Your works is mighty. Our loved ones, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord.
Well said. And if ones don't know who that is the chairman of the council, the ABIC Council of Elders, the Honorable Priest Imsy of Zion, Rastafari. Honorable Priest Nappy, the patriarch of the church, come in.
My Lord and Majesty, give thanks again for the moment. And I just want to apologize. Hope it didn't sound away when I first spoke. I glorify all of the elders them in the tribe. This tribe is like running a relay race, you know. One pick it up and carry it to another level, and one take it to another level. And the whole of we sharing at the victory, you know. So we know it's all inclusive per se. It's a work where the whole of we perform together to make it get done. You know? I do agree with the brethren when he say in Africa and man with drugs. I personally never really seen any of that in I trod because maybe it's a single trod I go up on per se, you know, and the trod them that we did from Miami branch side, you know, we went to Ivory Coast in 2015 and we had Sister Carol as the nurse and you know, include doctors in different regions and we service hundreds of elders and youths and women and we carry over medicators. So that was a great big project we did over in Ivory Coast. And as I said, we went on different villages and do those outreach. But in most of the work now is done in Uganda, where you know we adopt a school over there in 2022, and from we saw, we were there, and when we saw where them get water from, tears come in your eye when you look at the muddy water that they was drinking from, especially when no water around, dry season. And we vowed that, boy, when we come back to the States, I am in Miami, we were going to wait name there. And we build them a well. Build them a well. Within, from that time to now, we build them well. The well never get as much water. Then we remove it and put it somewhere else. And now them getting abundance of water. Where them can do crop and all of that right now. And people in the community can come and get water also from them. That school consists of, the director tell me it's like 100 and something there now. That school. And we build bed, iron bed, you know, but the welding machine and the iron, and we do over 80 bed. And remember, each bed is about $80. And we summon our people them down here, summon our my Empress Mother Church, and we get funding and we went over there and put forth that project. You know what I mean, Majesty? So works is being done, you know. It's not that education, I think, is one of the greatest because to go in with an educational purpose where you know you're getting the attention of the mind, because that is really where we are seeking for. The mind of the youth there. And building infrastructure. You know, and right now things are looking bright and beautiful, as Mr. Majesty. But as I said, but we just make an effort and move on the work and stop hesitate for say. And work there for the Majesty, manfully and womanfully. You know, me a deal with step in night and deal with it. You'll be surprised how far you can reach. My lord.
Honorable.
Give thanks,
Mama
peace.
D. Yeah, go ahead, Mama D.
To respond to that, you know, I think I mentioned it a few minutes before you spoke, actually. I don't know if you were there, that many of us are doing things in different areas, and that's how we do it, right? The one cocoa full basket. And more than even the building of beds or me feeding children or whatever, it's our very presence. Our very presence give a sense of comfort and assurance to those there because we are known, whether it's through the music or whatever it may be. Our presence makes a difference. So I'm so glad and we're always thankful, you know. And we talk about the bad water. One of my colleagues, Attorney Natalie Jackson, she's the lead head of litigation for Attorney Benjamin Crump. I mentored her in law school, and she was telling me the other day about a major lawsuit that's being done because the water in the United States of America, most of it is poisoned, and the people are dying. I'm not even talking about Flint, Michigan. So worldwide, we're having certain crises that need to be dealt with. And again, where Africa is concerned, we have a place to go. We don't have to feel like we're trapped. We have a place to go. So when you come in and you do little things like that, that seem like little things, it's a big thing because an entire community is now transformed based on that one little well, you know? So imagine if we're all building one well wherever we are, the transformation and again the power. So We need a place to call home. And it's not to say that everyone will come, because ancestral bones are here as well in the Americas, be it Jamaica, be it Canada, be it, wherever. And ones have other kinds of connections. And the world is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. But let us always know that Africa is home, and as you know, when you touch your foot there, that feeling, you get that connection, you don't get it nowhere else, regardless of what. Yes, I Rastafari.
All right. Before I bring close off with Honorable Priest Earl being the final sound, I would be remiss in my position as host and co-host to not say Mama Desta, when she first got into Ethiopia, ran a little place they call the Children Village. Now, Mama Desta, she won't blow her own on, but I will blow it loud. She was feeding, if not 100 or 100 and odd children a day, feeding them. These children, some orphans, some going through difficulties, some being abused, all different things. But she created a safe space for these children, and she endeavored to feed them for a period of time. See? So when we talk about children and being the future, yeah, one thing with Rastafari, we love our children. We love, and when we say our children, we're not talking about those that just come from our land or our wombs. We are talking about African children. Sub-Sahara Africa has one of the largest portion of orphans in the world, and we must realize this. So again, what Mama Desta did during the time when she was able to do it was magnanimous. Just like what Priest Nappy just said, and Mama just highlighted that it may seem to others like a trivial thing or a little thing, but a whole village is benefiting from it. And I will end by saying this. Peter Neal and Geronimo Pratt from the Black Panthers Party, Pete had to run for his life and been in Tanzania for many years. But when Pratt came out of jail and filed his lawsuit and won and got his compensation, he left with it and went straight into Tanzania. And what they did was to build some water facilities, some real needed and high grade water facility that Pratt has passed on and has left that as a legacy in Tanzania. So the one that Mama talking about is still important. Going in and doing your little bit is very important. It also brings visibility of I and I, especially as Rastafari, because like I heard Mama say, ones who are looking at Rastafari as the saviors, as the Christ coming in to make all things well and make all things beautiful. See? So while we can't do that miracle in just a wave of a wand, we can go in and do our part. And even those that can't go, you can support what is being done, whether through, financial support or word, song, prayer, whatever, in whatever way, but put your heart in the space. See? Because vibration is an energy too. And when we send out positive vibration, it also reinforces what we are dealing with. So I do give thanks, Mama D. I will come to you right after Priest Earl for your wrap up. Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, Royal family. One perfect love again. Yes, as the Royal mate Jack, amongst I and I say what the Honorable Gaboni said about Africa not ready for us. So I would say would invite him again if he would, and come and explain to I and I what he mean when he say Africa don't ready for us, you know what I mean? Because we can't afraid of them talk, because I remember saying they don't have South Africa and try all of the places them. So Yeah, that's about to say, no? Yeah, man, one perfect love. Let's make it short and spicy.
Yes, Mama D, it's all yours. Wrap up for us as we come to a close.
Wow, give thanks. I'm overwhelmed with joy, with a serious fulfillment. Many times when it's time for me to go home after being out here for a few weeks, I'm ready. I'm ready, car. I feel, you know. But the sense that I've gotten here is really that we are still on path, and we cannot listen to the voices that would try and drown us out. We just have to work harder and support platforms like this, as I said, because our power is it's seen worldwide, and it's known and it's recognized, and there is this sense of anticipation in Africa, and we who have gone home have made no mistake. More have come and returned than have come and have stayed, but that's okay. At least they can say they came, you know, and some shall return. The point is that recognizing it as our home, no matter what the circumstances are. And if we can be so critical of the circumstances and ask ourselves, how can we be part of the change then? This is what Rastafari is. We are the original transformer. The original. We change people from eating all kind of thing in them stew. We change so many little things that we may take it for granted, but we have helped the health of a generation, if not two, through the way that we eat. And if health is not wealth and something important and critical as a contribution, I don't know what else is. So let us not discount who we are, what we've done, what we continue to do, and what we can do more so on a continent that is Zion gates are open wide. They do see us, but they don't know. They don't know what we really want. They don't understand because we have not articulated it. And this declaration, it needs to go wide. I'll work on getting it in Kiswahili because we only have it in Zulu, in terms of, and Amharic in terms of African languages. But it is important to declare who we are. And this is even stated in the declaration. So I pray thee that we would use this opportunity to popularize the declaration. Read it, overstand it. Know that it came from a heart of love from elders, from seasoned one that had a mandate from the first time that Mortimer Planner Kumi blocked the sound, right? New faculty. We listened and we manifested. So let us just be filled with a heart of joy and a heart of love for each other and for ourselves. Because one thing Rasbona G's used to complain about it, those who know him would say that chant, black man sins are now forgiven, right? He never
Hey,
used to love
hey,
that chant there. You know?
hey.
What black man sins? We would do dread.
Not you.
We would do. I'm not denying that, yes, we have faults and we do this, but in the context of reality, what we have gone through and what we continue to go through, nowhere else in the universe is there such a story. And Rastafari has risen, not even 100 years, trod the earth through that divine man, Emperor Haile Selassie the first, which trod the earth and say what? I see uno have value, there's someone. We can't take that now and carry it over the goal line, especially when we have allies like Ghana. We have an ally in Ghana. We do have an ally in Ethiopia and in South Africa. We have critical mass. So let us not miss this opportunity, and let us not still go, "Ah, we're not unified on this." What more do we want? What you want, get it then. Get it. Go in and you see a platform, go in. I can do this, I can do that. But we cannot sit and murmur. And if we're going to murmur, make us murmur and work and murmur and work. So if we is murmurers, because some of us is just murmurers, right? Then all right, go and go murmur about work as well. Because we need each and every one. We need every inch, every ounce, every well. We need every all hands on deck because Zion gates are open wide and it is the most beautiful, incredible, powerful, mystical, magical place in the world. Africa, our home, our home. I give thanks, honorable elders, comrades, empresses, priests, prophets. This really just was a charging moment for me. And I thank you all that you all have given me this energy to really go home and tackle some of these things that are going to be on the table regarding reparations. And of course, I'll be going to Priest Beriso Babo and my other ones who are there at home for support and strength, and hope that you all will welcome us forward on this platform to continue to strengthen what we're doing. And likewise with my son, Tau Tau, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Mama. Give thanks. We do give thanks to the eye. We honorably give thanks for the eye for taking your time out. Maybe most ones don't know, but I know how busy you are, how valuable your time is, especially here when you're here in the West. You are here for multiple purposes. So to take a day like your Sunday and give it to us because you have been with us now from 1 o'clock till it's after 5 now. So, Mama, give thanks. And as you don't know, I am humbly always, your brother, and give thanks for the years of working with the inspiration that you have given to I and the support that you have given to I. See? And we will continue to support each other along the journey. See? Yeah, the Royal Council of Elders, the EABIC Royal Council of Elders, do give you much thanks for coming. Blessings.
Give thanks to the council and to our honorable moderator, Honorable Priest Germain, and all of you. Again, a big bet mama seganalo. Xavier Stilling.
Salam. Yes, family, we are there. We are there. The honorable who is on the platform. We'll give the honorable chairman the closing prayer. Honorable Priest Imsley of Zion. Honorable Priest Imsley.
Majesty bless my Lord. We give thanks for a fruitful day, upful words one to another, inspiring words, words to make you sit, lay in your bed and think it over. And nothing greater than that, to have conversations that make you think. So we give thanks and we call for virtual reference in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down onto our beard. Even Aaron's beard and went down onto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon and the dry descend upon the mountain of Zion. From the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigned the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Once more this evening tide and we oppressed with various ills draw near. What if thy form they cannot see, we know and feel that thou art here. Where 2 and 3 gathered in his name, behold he is there, the black Christ, a holy man, the God within us. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord, and every give thanks, Selassie, I.
Jah,
Yes, Lord, blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty.
A
Yes,
Luther
sir.
content.
ABIC Council of Elders will be hosting a special
Lord.
roundtable
That's it, Lord.
discussion
I Lord of them.
on Sunday, November the 30th at 12 noon. We'll be taking a look at the historic document, the Universal Declaration of Rastafari, drafted by the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Committee, drafted by Rastafari for Rastafari. Our special guest in the studio this week will be Rastauto from South Africa and Mama Desta from Ethiopia. We'll also be discussing the prospects of repatriation and reparation. So tune in and be edified, be informed, be uplifted. Be there.
Rastafari. And I was there. Give thanks.